Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing getting ready for Colin Gray's sentencing, which will be tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. Today is Wednesday, July 29th. We just watched Colt Gray's sentencing. We covered that for 3 days, and we're going to just continue on and take a deep dive into what led us to Colin Gray's sentencing. So settle in, get comfortable. We have a full day ahead for you, and let's get started. All right, welcome in everybody, welcome in. So glad that you are here with us today. We finished Colt Gray's sentencing yesterday. That was a 3-day mini trial, and he was ultimately found life without parole. Judge Prim sentenced him to life without parole. Those were the two options that were on the table: life with the option or the possibility of parole, or life without parole. Judge Prim said, nope. If you watched with us yesterday, he said no, that what you did will, I think, stick with the community long after he's gone, pretty much is what he said. All right, so let me get over here. All right, so what we're going to do today is we're going to focus on the detectives and law enforcement. The last last week we were looking at Debbie's testimony, Jenny's testimony, Marcy's testimony, Colin's testimony. So today I want to focus more on the detective work. Hold on a sec. I've got cats and I've got this. Okay, cannot have that going on. Yes, that's a good idea. All right, let's play Colt's sentencing. I'm going to turn this off because I have to. All right, we're going to play, let's start with Colt's sentencing. That's a good idea. Thank you, Aaron. So we're going to start, in case you guys missed it, we're going to start with Colt's sentencing. Because it's not that long, as you guys remember, but let's get to that. And then we'll roll into Colin and talk about him. All right, so this was yesterday. And before we get started, I will welcome you guys in. Let me just get this set up for us.
Of 2024.
Okay, so who is with us? We have got, let me welcome in everybody. Let's see, we've got Camilla and Good Vibes Only, Texas Law Cat. Hell Rider, how are you? Good morning to you. Hey, Debbie, good to see you. Thank you for joining us again. Horse Welfare, hello, hello. Elaine, great to see you. Bing and Billy, hello again. Snap made it, awesome. Treasure Hog, good to see you. William, good morning. Thanks again for joining us. Sherry, made it safe. We just had a stream for Carlos, if you guys were not a part of that. So people were portaled over here. Kimbers, how are you? Great to see you. Just a Girl Baking, thank you for joining us again. Michelle lost a shoe. Nice. All right, Aussie Gardner, hello, hello, welcome in. Yes, let's all take a moment and hit the like button. Susie was number 40 on the like. Texas Law Cat, hello everyone again, listening today while studying your English comp class notes. Sounds good. Hopefully that test will go well. Grizzly Grandma, Courtroom Attic, good morning. Welcome in. Great to see you. Hey Susan, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Christine, good morning. Joy, good to see you. Cat Lady Who Sews, welcome in. Kaylee, great to see you. Crunchy Frog, how are you? Lisa. Lazy Boys, good morning again. Diane, great to see you again. Thank you for joining us. Michelle Phillips asking how the kitties are. Everybody's doing well, actually. We just need to get our AC sorted out. Lazy Boy said, as I said before, I agree with Judge Prime. I want to say Prime. Judge Prim. Society failed Colt. Yep, I would agree with that. All right, Just a Girl Baking. Looking forward to wrapping up this toxic family. Crunchy Frog, hello, hello. Cat's Gallery, great to see you. Oh, your husband does HVAC? Yeah. Well, I'm hoping it's just a little capacitor or a blown fuse or something simple. I hope it's not too expensive. Shelly Beans, how are you? Nanar, good to see you. Crunchy Frog, the only redeeming thing about this family are Jenny and Collie. Yep. Hey Pugs, how are you? See, I think you just asked a question. It went away. I was going to pull up your question. Society did fail him. Wingate Kid, welcome in. Hey Victoria. Victoria Raka, how are you? Great to see you. Seashell, how are you? Welcome in. Dragonflies, good morning, good morning. Renee, good morning to you. Appreciate you joining us. Jenny G, there you are. Shelly Beans, thank you for the star. Appreciate that. There you are, Pugs. Are we going to cover Clancy? No. We are not, because we are locked in. Sorry, wrong. We're locked into this sentencing, right? We've spent a lot of time on this trial. We spent a lot of time trying to figure out this family and what happened. So we're locked in here. You're not on screen. Oh, sorry, guys. Aaron just reminded me I'm not on screen. That would help. Okay. There are several trials that we've been following that are going to happen in August and September. Lindsay Clancy is going on for 6 to 8 weeks. So that's going to carry us through August and probably into September. So we have too many other trials that we've done deep dives and have been following for a year that we don't want to, we can't give up on those trials. So that's why we have made an executive decision not to cover Lindsay live, but we will cover her every Sunday. We're going to do a recap every Sunday, kind of like what we did with Carlos. We're going to pick the most important testimony that we feel, and we're going to do like a 5-6 hour stream, and just kind of, because it's a very important trial. I feel like it's a very important trial. I do not want to not cover it, but I do want to keep. I want to keep abreast of it and have that as part of our library. But it's going to be more just listening to certain testimony every Sunday. So we figured that would be a good balance of, we won't be able to cover it live. It's not going to eat into these other trials that are coming up that we want to cover, but we still will be able to provide content for our community. And then also, I want to watch it. I do want to watch it. And if there was nothing else going on in August and September, we would be watching Lindsay Clancy right now. But we have too many other things. I'm going to be going to a trial in September, and there may be a special guest joining me, so we'll have to see. But that's to be determined. So all that being said, we are not covering Lindsay live. We will be covering it every Sunday, doing recaps. All right, so let's start off our day by watching yesterday's proceedings, and then we'll get into Colin specifically. Debbie, thank you for the heart finger. Appreciate that. Let's see. Charles says, your son was there that day. He is physically okay, but he'll live with that day for the rest of his life. Thank you for covering this. Oh, you're welcome, Charles, and I'm so sorry. Sorry your son had to go through that. It's just unbelievable that this happened. It's unbelievable that this happened. So, Yes, Elaine, I did see your email yesterday. I was going to reply to it, and things just got out of hand. So apologize for that. But yes, I did see your email, and we will get to it when we have a moment to breathe. And our AC is working. So yes, I did see that, and I will reply to you. All right, so this is Colt sentencing from yesterday.
We are all present. Never before have I had to sentence a 16-year-old. Certainly for something someone did when they were 14 years of age. Those who appear regularly in front of me have often heard me lament about the difficulty in sending a young person to prison. And here, as everyone understands, the minimum sentence is life with parole. Now, the appellate courts have said that children are constitutionally different from adults for purposes of sentencing. That stems from an understanding that juveniles aren't fully formed cognitively. Hallmark features of a juvenile include immaturity, impulsivity, recklessness, and a failure to appreciate risk and consequences. And because of these factors, the Supreme Court says that the Eighth Amendment prohibits the death penalty for juveniles. The Supreme Court also disfavors life without parole for juveniles, declaring it to be a constitutionally forbidden, disproportionate sentence in all but the rarest of cases. Life without parole is thus authorized only for youthful crimes reflecting permanent incorrigibility. Life without parole is barred for crimes that are born out of a transient immaturity of youth. Now, I recognize that with your guilty plea, you've assumed responsibility for your crimes. You have made a lengthy and public trial unnecessary. I also recognize that you were failed by each of your parents. You were failed by your extended family. To a certain extent, you've been failed by a society that can't stop propagating this misguided value in online cultures and social media, rather than making genuine interpersonal connections and relationships. But that failure does not absolve you from who you chose to idolize, worship, and become. 4 lives were stolen, 2 of them really just beginning, and it wasn't done out of fear or anger. You weren't being bullied at Apalachee. It wasn't done out of hatred. You didn't even know anyone at that school. It was done for the infamy of it. Now, your childhood instability and neglect would explain or mitigate finding yourself in one of those problematic places that Dr. Richards testified about. But planning, fantasizing about, visualizing, and executing a school shooting don't put you in a problematic place. It puts you in an unredeemable moral wasteland. Your crimes do reflect permanent incorrigibility, and I will sentence you to life without parole for each of the malice murders that you committed. You understood the horror of what you were going to do. You studied the trials of those other shooters. You even critiqued the victim statements given in those cases, and yet you did this anyway. You wrote, "I want to make history. I want people to remember the pain I caused." And there you succeeded. The pain that you visited upon this community is unlikely to disappear in my lifetime. You do not seem to be tormented by what you did. You seem to relish following in the footsteps of the murderers you idolize. You aren't racked with guilt. You're proud of yourself. Less than a month after the tragedy, You weren't concerned with the horror you wrought, but rather with finding out which mass murderers they were comparing you to. A youth may fail to consider the harm his rash actions inflict before acting, but you did consider it. You studied that pain when you researched the trials of your profane idols. You contemplated that pain over and over. This wasn't transient immaturity. It was deliberate, contemplated evil. You were all too aware of the court outcome of those mass shootings because you studied and obsessed over them. You know that the Aurora Theater shooter received life without parole. Nicholas Cruz received life without parole. Ethan Crumley, a juvenile, received life without parole. Yet you were not dissuaded. Your plan was not hastily hatched. It was a slow boil simmering more than a year's time. You savored the thought of it, you visualized it, and you fantasized about it. You broke it down step by step in visualizing what you were going to do. The thought of mimicking these other mass murders is what brought you joy. Now, for the rest of us, there is no joy here today. There's only a measure of closure. The slain will not return to life, the injured will not forget their wounds, and a 16-year-old boy will live and die in prison. You have certain post-plea appellate rights I need to inform you of. You have a right to file a notice for a discretionary appeal within 30 days of today's date. You can have a lawyer represent you for that, but you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You have a right to file a motion to withdraw this guilty plea because it's less than 30 days before the term of court ends. You have to file that within 30 days of today's date. That would be to correct and manifest injustice. You do have a right to a court-appointed attorney for that post-plea appellate right. If you need a court-appointed attorney, you need to promptly apply for one so that one can be appointed to meet that 30-day deadline. You also have a right to file a petition for habeas corpus to challenge any legal errors in the proceeding, any violations of your constitutional rights. That is a civil proceeding for which you do not have the right to court-appointed counsel. Each of the malice murders will be life without parole, concurrent to one another. The felony murders and the related aggravated assaults for those all merge as a matter of law. Each of the aggravated batteries will be 20 years to be served in confinement consecutive to the life without parole. The aggravated assaults and the cruelty to children that do not otherwise legally merge will be 20 years concurrent to the life without parole. Is there anything else I need to address?
Remember, the 20 years on the aggravated battery consecutive while they concurrent with each other.
Yes. All right. We're adjourned.
All right, so that's that. So Colt, life without parole for Colt. Now we're going to switch gears and go back to Colin's trial. And I wanted to kind of focus in on the evidence as far as him leaving firearms around and such. So this is going to be, our first stop is going to be Special Agent Heather Lashley. All right, so she took a lot of photos of the house. And remember, Colin was saying, "Oh no, it was locked up," or "Oh, it was on top of, it was on top of the closet," and it was there was no ammo around. What are you talking about? That kind of stuff. So we're going to get to that first and foremost.
For the delay when I took the bench, found out there was an evidentiary issue we needed to work through, so we did that, took a little time. But we're ready for the state to call its next witness.
The state calls Special Agent Heather Lashley. Okay, do you want to go ahead and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat. And if you want to go ahead and just introduce yourself to the jury and tell us where you're employed.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Heather Lashley, and I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation out of the Atlanta Regional Office.
Okay. And how long have you been with the GBI?
Just over 3 years.
And what's your role in the Atlanta division of the GBI?
I'm a special agent and crime scene specialist.
Tell me a little bit more about what you do in your capacity as a crime scene specialist.
So a crime scene specialist is essentially a special agent who is solely assigned to process crime scenes. So when we respond to various incidents, I'm not generally the one out doing interviews or things of that nature. My sole purpose is to process the crime scene.
Okay. And so we met Daniela Stewart a couple days ago. Does your role kind of mirror what she does in other regions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in your capacity as a crime scene specialist and as a GBI agent, did you respond to Apalachee High School on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, I did.
And tell me about how you ended up becoming involved.
So initially, I responded to Apalachee High School to provide crime scene assistance due to the nature of the scene. I knew it was going to be fairly complex. Once I arrived at the school, I was then reassigned to a different location for additional crime scene related.
And tell me about where that location was that you got reassigned to.
I was reassigned to 896 Harrison Mill Road in Bethlehem, Barrow County, Georgia.
Okay. And whose residence was that?
That was the Gray residence, so that was occupied by Colt Gray, Colin Gray, and 2 additional siblings.
And what was your role going to be at that location?
My role was to process the residence as a crime scene, so taking photographs, locating any items of evidence, collecting any evidence that I found there.
And around when did you arrive at 896 Harrison Mill Road in Bethlehem?
Approximately 2 p.m. on the same day, September 4th.
All right. And give us kind of a general description of this residence at this property.
So I would describe it as just a simple single-story home. There was a gravel driveway that led from the roadway to a carport on the north side of the house. It was a tan and color home with dark brown and color shutters, a front porch on the front of the house, an open front yard, pretty large backyard that was partially fenced in.
Okay. And did you photograph the outside of the residence as well as the interior of the residence and anything relevant within the home?
Yes, I did.
Did you also do a sketch of the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you create that sketch?
So I created the sketch using a software called Ferrozone, and that's the program that I routinely use to create my crime scene sketches.
Okay, so is it an exactly to scale sketch of the home?
No, it is not to scale.
Okay, so as far as like if we're looking at an architectural diagram, it's not 1/10 of an inch equals 1 foot or anything like that?
Correct. It just shows the general layout of the residence.
Okay, and is it a fair and accurate depiction of the layout of the residence that you photographed?
Yes, it is.
And so we're going to introduce that sketch at that time. Let me give you the physical copy. And this is stage 144. Is this the sketch that you did that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That's a fair and accurate copy of the sketch?
Yes, ma'am.
So Judge, we would tender State's Exhibit 144.
You suppose that's for demonstrative purposes only.
All right, you agree it's demonstrative? I mean, videos, but
It's not, I think that's something we can discuss later, Judge.
it's admitted, it will be shown.
All right, so we're going to pull that up on the screen. It's showing up in front and behind you. And can you just kind of talk us through the layout of the house?
Yes, ma'am. So I entered the residence through a doorway that was in the carport / garage area. So upon entering through that doorway, I was located in the kitchen. There were 2 doorways on the kitchen, one that attached to a laundry room / bedroom area and one that connected to the living room. When you go into the living room, that's where the front door was located. There's also a hallway that led to the remainder of the house. There were 2 doors located on either side of the hallway that were a combination of bedrooms, a bathroom, and then just a general room.
Okay. And you referenced that you took photographs of the residents, both outside and inside. I'm going to show you a stack of photos that defense counsel has already gone through. You don't have to go through everyone if you don't feel like you need to. Have you previously reviewed those photos of the crime scene or of the scene?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And are they fair and accurate depictions of your photographs at that residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And Judge, we would tender State's Exhibits 145.1 through 145.114.
All right. Any objections, Mr. Chairman?
Previous objections, or just ask for a standing objection.
Yes, sir. Prior objections noted, overruled 141.1 through 145.1 through 145. Did you say 114?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
All right, so we're going to kind of go through these one at a time, and I'll just have you sort of talk me through what we're looking at. We will start with 145.1 and tell me what we see here.
So this is just an overall photograph of the house. In this photo, I'm standing farther down the driveway, closer to the road, so you can see the address as well as the actual house in the background.
Okay, and let me go ahead and ask you, we see, are those law enforcement vehicles and law enforcement officers, a few that we see in that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so before you arrived, you said you got there about 2 p.m. Was this residence secured and maintained in the same condition as before law enforcement arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll go to 145.2. What do we see here?
This is just another overall of the house. I've just moved a little farther up the driveway.
Okay, and point 3.
This is the north side of the house, showing the carport, part of the driveway, and part of the front and backyards.
And point 4.
This is the back of the house.
Okay, and point 5.
The front of the house.
Okay, and would the driveway be to the left when we're looking at it that way?
If you're facing the house, yes, the driveway is to the left.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide. So the next few pictures we'll talk about are going into that carport and garage. Can you tell us what door appeared to be the door that people used coming and going from the house?
So there was a doorway in the carport. As I said, that was the one I entered to go into the residence. That was the door that appeared to be routinely used to go in and out.
Okay. So we'll go to the next slide, which is 145.6.
This is an overall of that carport and garage area.
Okay. Point 7.
A closer up photo. At this point, I'm partially in the garage, and you can see the doorway there in the corner.
Point 8.
This is a close-up of the stairs and the doorway.
And going in, was that the kitchen that we were looking into in that open door?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's look at pictures of the kitchen.
This is one of my overall photos of the kitchen. At this point, I'm standing in that open doorway.
All right, and that was point 9, so we'll go to point 10.
This is another overall of the kitchen. At this point, I've moved to a different corner of the room, and I'm making my way around the room taking photos.
Okay. And point 11.
Again, another overall. This is from that same corner, and I'm moving to my left, taking photos.
All right, and with that door to the garage, oh, there we go. So point 12. You can go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. That's the door that leads to the garage.
Sorry, I got ahead of you. Point 13.
This is another overall of the kitchen. You can see the doorway that leads to the carport and also the doorway that connects to the living room.
All right, so that's the living room we see there to the left of the carport.
Yes, ma'am.
You should pause for just a second. Council, you on the
Wall.
What are we looking at here?
This is an overall photo of the doorway that connected to the laundry room / bedroom.
Okay, and where is that in relation to the garage?
So that wall where the doorway to go to the carport was, this is that same wall. So this would be the north wall in the kitchen.
Okay, and is that accurately reflected on the diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's go to the next one. This is point 15.
This is one of my overall photos of that laundry room from the perspective of me standing in the doorway.
Okay, and point 16.
Another overall. At this point, I've moved farther into the room and I'm facing back towards the doorway.
Okay. And again, I kind of hit on this, but when you go through and photograph a house, do you first photograph it in the exact condition that you find it in before y'all manipulate things or go through anything?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So we'll go to point 17.
This is a close-up of a plastic tote that was in that laundry room, and you can see some ammunition boxes in the tote.
Okay. And point 18.
This is just a closer-up photo of that ammunition box.
All right. And the next one, 19.
This is a tactical style vest that was located in the laundry room.
All right. And the next one, this is 20.
This is an overall of an ammunition can that was also located in the laundry room.
Okay. We'll go to 21.
This is an overall of the contents of the box once I open the lid.
All right. So this is that same box we saw in the previous picture, that green one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we'll go to 22.
This is a close-up photo of some cartridges and cartridge cases that were loose in the bottom of the box.
Okay. And did you have to do anything to unlock that box, or was it secured in any way that you weren't able to get into it initially?
No, ma'am. It has a handle to keep it secure, but there's no actual physical lock on the box.
Okay. We'll go to the next one. That was 22. This is 23.
This is another photograph of some ammunition that was located in the laundry room, just within a plastic tote in that room.
Okay. And the next one is point 24.
A close-up photograph of that same ammunition.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide.
This is a close-up of the ammunition can that we showed a few photos ago.
Okay, and that's point 25. So is that after y'all took that into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Now, I'm pretty sure Colin said when he was on the stand, well, this ammo didn't belong to any. There was no firearms that belonged to these. That was like his excuse of, oh, there was ammo laying all over your house. Oh, well, those belonged to firearms that we didn't even have anymore. That was his rationale and his excuse.
So we'll go to the next slide. Point 26.
Again, this is the contents inside the box once I opened the lid.
Okay. We'll go to point 27.
These are all the boxes of ammunition that I removed from the box and laid out to photograph.
All right, so all of these were contained within that green box?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And point 28.
And this is after I removed the contents of those boxes, just showing how many cartridges were in each box.
Okay. And the next slide.
This is just a close-up of those cartridges showing their caliber.
All right, that was point 29. And we'll go to the next one, 30.
A close-up of one of the other boxes of ammunition.
Okay. And the next one is point 31.
And the contents inside that box.
All right. And the next one is point 32.
Close-up of a different box of ammunition.
All right. And the next one, 33.
And again, the contents that were inside that box.
And we'll go to the next slide.
A different ammunition box.
Okay, and that's point 34.
And the contents of that box.
And that is point 35. We'll go to the next slide.
This is an overall of what remained in the can after I removed the boxes from it.
Okay, and that's point 36. So these are not ones that you previously photographed. Those are additional at the bottom
Correct.
of the
These
box.
were just loose in the bottom of the box.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, point 37.
This is an overall of which cartridges were loose in the box. As you can see, I laid them out and I wrote beside each one the make, the caliber, and how many there were.
Okay, and can you just kind of read out what?
Like, is that normal? I mean, growing up, we had a 22, right? And my brother had a shotgun, which I never really messed with. But we did have a 22, and it was in my parents' room. And my dad had like a wall-mounted. It was wall-mounted, and then it would close. You had these two things on either side, like you had these shelves, and then you had these two bars, and it was all wood. And you closed the bars, and then there was a sliding dress drawer, if you will, and that was locked. So I don't remember there being just ammo just hanging out. Is this normal for? I mean, and again, we only had that one firearm. It was just the 22, and that was it. Of course, we had BB guns, but whatever. Who cares about those? For those that have multiple firearms, is this normal? Do you literally just have random ammunition? I mean, right? No, it's not normal. I didn't think so either. I mean, for those that, I personally don't have a gun right now either, but for those that do have firearms, is this normal? All right, William, we'll see you in a little bit. Yeah, drop in the chat. Is this typical? Is this normal? Do people do this? I mean, to me, it's just, if you're looking for it, how are you going to find it? It's just in these random boxes and stuff. I don't get it.
But basically, what you've got written there.
Yes, ma'am. So I have 2 PMC 308 Winchester cartridges. I have 12 FC 45 auto handgun cartridges, 1 FC 40 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridge, 1 Spear 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge, and 1 Winchester 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go to the next slide.
This is an overall of one of the evidence bags showing the barcode.
Okay, and is that your writing on there?
No, it is not.
Okay. Is your handwriting better than that?
I hope so.
What is this? What's labeled on the bag?
It says loose ammo from laundry room.
And is that accurate as to where it was collected from?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's .38. And we'll go to the next one, .39.
And this was the contents that were inside that bag.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one. That's .40.
This is a head stamp of either a cartridge or a cartridge case. It's hard to tell in that photo.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. .41.
And overall of a difference evidence bag.
Okay, and what's the writing on that say?
It says ammo, secondary search, laundry room.
Okay, and when we say secondary search, what's that in reference to?
So generally a secondary search is what we do after we've done our initial search and marked any items of evidence that were readily visible. Once we photographed, documented, and collected those, we will then do a secondary search in which we will move things that we may not have previously moved. And it's more of just a secondary sweep to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Okay, and that's 41, and we'll go to the next slide.
And these are the cartridges that were in that bag.
Okay, and that's 42. Go to the next slide.
And overall of a Remington ammunition box.
That's 43. And the next slide.
And the contents that were in that box.
Okay, that's 44. And we'll go, before we go on through the house, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Space Exhibit 146. And can you identify what this is for the jury? And is this heavier than it looks as I walk this up here?
Yes, it is heavy.
Okay.
This is the ammunition box that was collected from the laundry room.
Okay. And does it appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the laundry room?
Yes, ma'am.
After y'all photographed the contents of that box, did you put the contents back in the box and seal it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And since I'll go ahead and tender State's Exhibit 146 into evidence.
No objection. Does it have the bullets in it? Is that what this is?
Yes, sir. Everything that was contained in it at the house is back in it now.
146 is admitted.
And I will not have you open that up since you photographed so thoroughly the contents of it. But I do have one more from that ring. This is State's Exhibit 147. And can you identify what this is for the jury?
This is the tactical vest that's been packaged that was located in the laundry room.
Okay. And is that bag and sealed everything in substantially the same condition as when y'all placed it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I'm going to have you open that up and show that to the jury. And Judge, we would tender State's Exhibit 147.
Fair.
Okay.
All right, 147 is admitted.
Right. Yeah, if you want to stand up and hold that up, I don't think you need to step down. But, Thank you. All right.
Do you want me to put it back in the back?
And yeah, sure. Whatever's easiest. If you need to get it out of your way, let me know. All right. And we'll go back to a few pictures before I bring you something else.
Okay.
This is going to be States Exhibit 145.45. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Just an overall photograph showing the doorway to the carport and the doorway to the living room.
Okay. And so we're now going to go into that living room. And on the next slide, should be 46. Tell us about this.
This is one of my overalls of the living room, just showing where the furniture was and the overall appearance of the room.
Okay, so this is kind of from the direction of that doorway.
Generally, yes, slightly to the left.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one, 47.
This is more of a straight ahead view of me standing in the doorway, but this is again, more furniture and you can see the front door and a window in the living room.
Okay, so just to be clear, that door on the left side of this picture, that's the front door to the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you said that it appeared the garage door was the one people used to enter and exit, is kind of the stuff in front of that door the reason why you concluded that?
Yes, ma'am. It would, based on where the furniture is, the items hanging from the door and the items in front of the door, it seemed that it was not feasible that someone was regularly going in and out of that door.
Okay. And now we'll go to point 48.
Another overall from inside the living room. This is, if you're standing in the doorway, this is the wall to the right of the doorway.
Okay. And we'll go to 49.
Another overall from the living room. You can see the doorway that leads back to the kitchen, and you can also partially see where the hallway starts.
All right, is that going to be the hallway that has all the bedrooms off of it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, point 50.
Another overall of the living room, again, just showing the furniture and the contents.
Okay. And so now we're going to show a little bit of that hallway. And we'll go to point 51.
This is an overall showing just the general layout of the hallway.
Okay, and can you kind of tell us which rooms we see? I know it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but...
Yes, ma'am. So in this perspective, I'm standing in the living room facing the hallway. At the very end, you can see a door. That is just a closet. If you're moving down the hallway on your right side, the first room is the just general, almost gamer setup type room. Mm-hmm. The room at the end of the hallway on the right is a bedroom. And on the left wall, the first room on the left is a bathroom, and the second room on the left at the end of the hall is another bedroom.
Okay, is that a pretty narrow hallway?
It is.
Okay, and you said that door on the end with the damage to it, that's a closet?
Yes, it's a closet door.
Okay. And we'll go to point 52.
This is another overall of the hallway. I've moved a little bit further down so you can see the rooms a little bit better.
Okay, so what's this first door on our left?
The first door on our left is a bathroom.
Okay, and the door directly across from it?
That was identified as Colt's room.
Okay. And that was point 52. So now we're going to look at that first bathroom that was on the left, and we'll pull up point 53.
And this is one of my overalls, just showing the condition of the bathroom.
Okay, and how many bathrooms total were there in the house?
2.
Okay. We'll go to point 54.
This is a perspective of me standing in the bathroom doorway. I'm taking a photograph of the doorway directly across from the bathroom.
Okay, and you said that's what was identified as Colt's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the next slide is point 55.
This is an overall near the end of the hallway. You can see that same closet door, and on the right and left are doorways to the bedrooms.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. So next we're going to talk about, was that last room next to the bathroom, was that identified as Jenny Gray's room, the daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's show the next slide. This is point 56.
This is just an overall of the doorway leading into Jenny's room.
All right, and it's kind of hard to see in this picture. Is that damage to the door next to the doorknob?
There is some damage to the door, yes.
Okay. And we'll go in point 57.
This is one of my overalls of Jenny's room. Oh, you're fine.
And smoothly going into point 58.
Just another overall as I'm making my way around the room.
Okay. And the next slide, point 59.
Another overall of Jenny's room, and you can see the doorway there that leads to her connected bathroom.
Okay. And we'll go into that bathroom. As the only point of entrance for that bathroom in Jenny's room.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it did appear that that was a bathroom exclusively used by Jenny based on what you could tell.
Based on the contents, yes.
Okay. So we'll show point 60.
These are just some of the contents that were in that bathroom.
Okay. And so we're next going to go to this back corner bedroom. Did that appear to be Colin Gray's bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he appear to also share that with his youngest son, Coley?
It appeared that way, yes.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, point 61.
This is one of my overalls of the doorway of Colin's room.
Okay. And point 62.
Another overall of the inside of the room.
Okay. Go to point 63.
Another overall. Just moved the camera down to try to capture the whole room.
Gotcha. We'll go to the next slide, point 64.
Another overall of that same bedroom as I'm making my way around the room.
All right. And the next slide is point 65.
This is an overall of a pair of swim goggles that I located in that bedroom, and inside the goggles you can see what was identified as one bore sight and one rifle cartridge.
Okay, and is that, fortunately we had that orienting picture. Is this zoomed in from where the previous picture was?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And this is where he shared the room with his son, Coley. This is Colin and Coley. And there's right there in the swimming goggles, like right there.
And we'll go to the next picture.
This is that same pair of goggles. It's just now been identified with evidence marker 22.
Okay, and you said that was a bore sight and a cartridge in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just a close-up of the contents of the goggles.
All right, and that's point 67. And is that object on the left the bore sight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Point 68.
This is an overall of the closet that was in Colin's room.
Okay. And point 69.
Another overall focusing more on the top of the closet.
Okay. And point 70.
One of my overalls photographing the top shelf that was in the closet.
All right, and it's kind of hard to see in this picture, and we'll see clearer, but what are those boxes that we're seeing?
Various ammunition boxes.
Okay. We'll go to the next picture. That's point 71.
That's another overall. That's the opposite side of that same shelf in the top of the closet.
Okay. And next slide.
These were overalls of some firearms that were located in that closet after I removed the clothing that was covering them.
Okay. Were there 2 firearms up there?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And we'll go to the next picture. That was point 72. This is point 73.
This is a overall photograph of a box of handgun ammunition that was in the top of the closet.
All right. And we'll go to the next slide, point 74.
This is another overall of one of the firearms that's been marked with evidence marker 17.
Okay. And point 75.
This was a pile of magazines that were located in the top of the closet that have been marked with evidence marker 19.
So that was Colin's way of saying, he testified to that. He's like, the firearms were on the top shelf and you know covered with some clothes. That was his way of saying they were secure. That was his way of saying they were secure.
And point 76.
This is an overall of the closet, still with all the clothing on top of the contents of the closet.
Okay, so is this kind of on the left side of the closet?
Yes, ma'am. If you're facing the
looking at
closet, it would be more to the left.
Okay. Point 76, and we'll go to the next one, point 77.
This is the same boxes of ammunition that have been marked with evidence marker 16, and this photo of the clothing has been moved from on top of them.
Okay. And next, point 78.
This is a close-up photo of all the boxes of ammunition that I retrieved from the top of the closet.
Okay, and I'll go ahead and ask, was that closet locked or secured in any way that y'all weren't able to get into it?
No, ma'am. The closet door was open when I got there.
Okay. So that's point 78. We'll go to point 79. What do we see here?
A close-up photo of the .40 caliber Smith & Wesson ammunition box.
Okay. .80.
This was the contents inside that box.
Okay. And .81.
An overall of another ammunition box and the contents that were inside that box.
Okay. And .82.
An overall of a different ammunition box.
Okay, and we'll go to the next one, .83.
These were the contents inside that box.
Okay, and are all these that we're looking at recovered from that top closet shelf next to those firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll go to the next one, .84.
An overall of a 12-gauge shotgun ammunition box.
Okay. We'll go to .85.
The contents recovered from that box.
All right, and is that your writing next to it, identifying what it is?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and can you just read that for us if you could see it? I know it's not super clear.
Apologies if I pronounced the name wrong, but 16 cellular and billet 12-gauge shotgun shells.
Okay. And this is .86.
This is an overall of a different ammunition box and the contents of that box.
All right, and that's .87, and how many is that?
19 12-gauge shotgun shells.
Okay. And we'll go to .88.
An overall of a different ammunition box.
And .89.
The contents that were in that box.
Okay. Go to .90. So we're back in the room. Can you tell us kind of where we are in the room at this point?
Yes, ma'am. So you can partially see it in that photo. The doorway to go in and out of the room is in the left corner of that photo. This would be the east wall in that room, and it's just a cubby-style dresser against the wall.
Okay. And that was .90. So let's go to .91. And what are we looking at here?
This is a mid-range photo of the middle cubby on the top row of that dresser.
Okay, that's .91.
And this is a Glock box or case that was recovered from that cubby.
That's .92. We'll go to .93.
This is an overall of the contents that were inside that case.
All right. And can you tell us just generally, at least what we can see about what these contents are?
So you can see there are 2 handgun magazines. There's a black and color, what's called a speed loader to help you load your magazines. And there's also a gun lock in a Ziploc bag.
Okay. And was the Ziploc bag, did that appear to be the original packaging for the gun lock from what you could tell?
From what I could tell, yes.
Okay. And that's .93. So we'll go to the next one now. And before we go to the next one, I'll introduce a couple physical things. I do want to ask you, those firearms at the top of the closet, what were those 2 firearms?
One of them was a shotgun and the other was a rifle.
Okay. Was it like an AR style rifle?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was an AM-15 was the official brand of it.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 148. Can you just identify what that is?
Yes, ma'am. This is the Glock case that was recovered from that cubby in Colin's room.
All right. And does it appear to be in the same condition as when y'all took it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Judge, at this time, we would tender State's Exhibit 148.
Okay, 148.
Okay, I'm going to have you go ahead and if you can just sort of show the inside of it to the jury, then I'm going to ask you about a couple of the individual contents. So if you could pull out the gun lock in there and hold that up, is that a pretty basic gun lock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what's that paper that's inside with it? Have you reviewed that?
I have, yes, ma'am. So this paper is provided by Glock. It's essentially just a safety form. It provides instructions on how to properly secure the gun lock. It also provides warnings on how to do so safely. And there are also photos depicting what the gun lock should look like when it's properly installed on various types of weapons.
Okay. And does it include like safety tips and that kind of thing as well to sort of explain that to the owner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what's the envelope that is also inside that Glock case?
So this envelope contains just Glock's safety pamphlet provided by Glock, as well as a just general user manual for a Glock handgun.
Has that envelope been opened?
No, ma'am, it doesn't appear so.
Okay. I'll give you a second to consolidate that. All right, so we'll go back to the pictures. So we're talking about what you previously identified as Colt's room now. So this is that room that's directly across from the bathroom?
Correct.
Okay, and this is states 145.94. Tell us what we're looking at here and from where.
This is one of my overalls of Colt's room. In this perspective, I'm standing in the doorway and I'm facing generally the west wall.
Okay. And we will go to, is that a like computer screen right there that we see?
Yes, ma'am. There's a desk with a computer monitor, some video game equipment, and just some other assorted items on the desk.
Okay, and that, so we see that a little clearer in states 145.95.
Yes, ma'am. Just another overall showing the desk and the chair and some contents that were in the floor.
All right, and is that still kind of from the doorway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is a pretty small room.
Yes, ma'am. It's not very big.
Okay.
Now remember, Colin said he didn't know, he couldn't see the shrine. He didn't know who that person was. So again, you don't even have to go into the room. All you have to do is just stand by the door, and you can easily see that. You can easily see that.
So this is 145.96. Tell us what we see here.
This is an overall photograph of the west wall. You can partially see the desk, and you can also see some things affixed to the wall.
Okay, and you say some things affixed to the wall, so we see what's right in front of us. We'll obviously be coming back to that. Was there really anything on the walls other than what we see in this picture, that skull and these items on the back wall?
There was one shelf mounted to the east wall, which is the wall where the doorway was located, but the only thing on the shelf was an empty shoebox, some loose papers, some push pins, nothing of relevance.
Okay, so we'll go to 145.97.
Another overall, just making my way around the room. This would be partially the south wall and part of the west wall.
Okay, and is that door right there, is that the door to the room or a closet door?
That is a closet door.
Okay, so that's 0.97. We'll go to the next one, 0.98.
Another overall, just a little bit lower photograph. You can see some more video game equipment and some assorted items in the chair and on the floor.
Okay, and we'll go to 0.99.
An overall facing downward, and you can see the broken computer and some tools on the floor.
Okay. And again, was this all the same condition as when law enforcement came into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is 145.100.
This is a photograph of a wire shelf that was in the room for some notebooks on the top shelf.
Okay, so we'll go to 0.101.
This is an overall of the closet that was in Colt's room.
Okay, so we'll go to 0.102.
Just another view of the closet.
Okay, and is this door on our left side, is that the entrance to the room?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And this is 0.103.
This is an overall of a black and color rifle sling and a tan soft rifle case that were located in that closet. They were both folded over the bar that's used to hang clothing from.
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and provide to you state 149. And state 152, I'll trade you for a couple of those things you've accumulated. So here we have 149. If you want to go ahead and tell me what states 149 is.
149 is the rifle sling.
Okay, and does that appear to be in the same condition as we all to have and put it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Judge, at this time we would tender State's Exhibit 149.
Let me get it.
All right, 149.
All right, yeah, and if you want to go ahead and open that up, and I'll have you display that for the jury. that is the rifle sling. Can you identify for us what State's Exhibit 150 is?
A 150 is the soft rifle case that you can see in that photo.
Okay, so is that this brown object that we see here?
Yes, it is.
All right, and is it in substantially the same condition as when y'all packaged it up and put it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we would tender State's Exhibit 150.
All right, 150.
All right, I'm going to have you do your best to get that open and pull it out and display it for the jury. And once you're ready, I'll go back to the pictures, no rush. All right, so we'll now go to, so the picture we have up now is 103. We'll go to 145.104.
This is a close-up of the rifle sling. It has been marked as evidence marker 7.
And that's the rifle sling you just displayed for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we'll go to the next picture, 105.
This is a photograph of the rifle case after I opened it, just to show that there was nothing inside of it.
And that's the inside of that rifle case that you just displayed?
Yes, it is.
All right. And we'll go to 106.
This is an overall of the top shelf inside that same closet, just showing the contents.
Okay. And we'll go to 107.
These are some targets that had been wadded up, and they were located in the bottom of the closet among some clothing and other assorted items.
Okay, and we saw some of those as well in 106 and 107. Can you tell us, when you say targets, what are those specifically?
These are shooting targets.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, 108.
This is an overall of a sight box, red dot sight, that was located in that same closet among some clothing.
Okay, we'll go to the next slide, 109.
This is a close-up photo of the box showing the brand information and a photograph of the site.
Okay, and we'll leave that up, and I'll go ahead and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 151. And this, I'm actually going to hold off on that for 1 second because we have 2 exhibits in that bag. So you go to 110. All right, and what do we see here?
Some additional shooting targets that were located in that closet, and you can see some are unused, but some are used.
Okay, and the next one, 111.
This is a close-up of a target that had already been used.
Okay, and we'll go to the next one, 112.
These were 2 additional targets that were used that were located in that closet.
Okay, and we'll go next, 113.
This is a photograph of a shotgun shell as well as another gun lock that were located in the bottom of that closet.
Okay, and 114.
This is a close-up photo of just the gun lock.
Okay, and so I'll go ahead and so you've got that bag in front of you. It's labeled, I believe it's 151 and 153. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and what are the contents of that bag?
This is the box for the red dot sight as well as the gun lock that is on the screen right now.
All right, does it appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you took them into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Judge, we would tender State's Exhibits 151 and 153.
No objection. 151 and 153 are admitted.
All right, and if you can just hold up the site mark box for the jury. I won't have you open the box or anything. All right, and then moving on to 153. If you can hold up that gun lock. All right, and the other gun lock that was recovered from the house was in kind of a Ziploc bag. Is this one in a bag that has not been completely opened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so do you feel comfortable saying, does it appear that is an unused condition?
Yes, ma'am. There's a rip in the bag, but it's not nearly large enough that the gun lock could be removed without tearing the rest of the plastic.
Okay. And I'm going to circle back. I'm numbering a little out of order. So this is 152. And I think this has kind of a combination of things in that bag. Can you identify what that bag is?
This bag contains one shotgun shell found in the subject's closet, evidence marker 15, and evidence marker 22.
Okay. And those appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you took them into evidence.
Yes, they do.
All right, Judge, we would tender State's Exhibit 152.
No.
All right, and I think you have I'm sorry, you have a couple individual bags within there. Can you just tell us what each of those are?
Yes, ma'am. So each of the items that I just read off are packaged individually within their own coin envelope, and each coin envelope is then in this bag.
Okay. So will you just identify each one really quick?
Yes, ma'am. So each of these envelopes contain a shotgun shell. One was recovered from evidence marker 15, and one was recovered from Colt's closet. Each of these items are the two items that were previously observed in the swim goggles. One is the cartridge, and one is the bore sight.
Okay, so, and just order-wise, because I bounced around a little bit, so the bore sight, a couple of the shells were from Colin's room, and then another shell was from Colt's room.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and just to kind of clear up something that the jury may notice, was there a bed in the room that we're referring to as Colt's room?
Was there a bed?
Yes.
I'm sorry. No, there was not.
And what is your understanding of where Colt would actually sleep?
It was my understanding that Colt was sleeping in the laundry room that also was serving as a bedroom.
Okay. And at this point, we can go on to the next slide. So this is State's Exhibit 145.96. We're just going to kind of use this for reference. Tell me about what we're looking at here.
We are looking at the west wall in Colt's room. You can see the same desk that we discussed earlier, as well as a series of photographs and articles that were affixed to his wall.
Okay. Okay, and we're going to pull up the next picture, 145.115.
I'm sorry.
And what is that showing right there?
This is an overall of just the photographs and articles on the wall. I marked it as evidence marker 2.
Okay, and 116. I think there's 116. Okay. And what do we see here?
This is a close-up of some of the photographs that were lower down on the wall and difficult to see from farther away.
Okay. Okay. All right. And Judge Mr. Smith pointed out that I have a numbering error, so I tendered 145 through 114. There's 116 photos, so I would tender State's Exhibits 115, 145.115 and 116 at this time. They were previously reviewed and discussed with defense counsel. I just had my number wrong.
So 145, 115, and 145, 116?
Yes, sir. I just, in my aggregate numbering, left those out.
The same objection that we made earlier, Judge.
All right, so overruling the objection, 145, 115, and 116 for admitted.
Thank you. All right, so I want to talk about. Let me go back to. I want to talk about what we're looking at here. Did you collect these photos and news articles on the wall into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were those affixed directly to the wall?
Yes, ma'am. They were affixed to the wall using push pins.
Okay. And in preparation for your testimony, did you use those, what was collected into evidence, the originals that were collected into evidence, and reassemble them on what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you do that on a poster board?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just kind of in place of a wall?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use your crime scene photographs as reference to make sure that the way you affixed it was as close as possible to exactly how it was affixed in size and order on that wall?
Yes, I did.
All right, and Judge, at this time, have you reviewed today stage 154 to make sure it's in the same condition as when you assembled them?
Yes, I have.
We attend our State's Exhibit 154.
We would object, Judge, under the duplicious aspect of photograph.
All right, and as I understand it, these are what was actually removed from the wall?
Yes, sir, Judge, we're tendering the original shrine into evidence, reconstructed on the poster board, as obviously we couldn't take the whole wall.
All right, so the photographs, 154, it's admitted over objection.
So I'm going to bring this over and display it for the jury, and then we're going to talk about what we are looking at. So, Special Agent Lashley, can you start by telling me the approximate size of this shrine?
The approximate height of it was approximately 4 feet 4 inches.
Okay. And let's talk about what we're looking at. Are you familiar with, are all the photos in this all of the same person?
They appear to be, yes.
And are all the news articles here related to that same person?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, I'm looking at a photo kind of down on the bottom right corner, and you can see it in the photo in front of you as well. That tactical vest that this individual's wearing, is that a similar vest to the one that you recovered from the laundry room?
Yes, ma'am. Obviously, the color is different, but the style is generally the same.
Okay. And who is this individual?
This individual is Nicholas Cruz.
And what is the significance of Nicholas Cruz?
Nicholas Cruz perpetrated a mass shooting event at Parkland High School in Florida on February 14th of 2018. During that incident, there were 17 people killed, including teachers and students.
Okay. And were there also several injured as well?
Yes, there were.
In collecting the evidence, did you review that are all these news articles related to that shooting?
Yes, they are.
At Parkland High School?
Correct.
And you testified, again, I know we saw the pictures, but in orienting to Colt's room, where was this shrine?
So if you were standing in the doorway of Colt's room, this shrine would have been on the wall across from the doorway. The doorway was on the east wall, this shrine was on the west wall.
And I'll ask you, before I sit down, just as you recovered all the evidence, did any of the firearms that you recovered have a gun lock or any other safety mechanism on them?
No, they didn't.
Did you find any gun safes in the house?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any other kind of safe or secured location that a rifle could have been stored?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further from me, but Mr. Barry or Mr. Hawks may have some questions for you. Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you. Good morning, Agent.
Good morning, sir.
Were you given any information before you went to the home to do your search?
Can you be more specific? What type of information?
Who did you talk with before you went to the home? You had to get information where the home was. So who did you talk with before you got there?
My direct supervisor, Special Agent in Charge, Lavender, out of the Region 10 office, is the one who directed me to go to the home and process it. He provided me the address, and I responded from the school to the home.
All right. And did he give you the caliber of the weapon that had been used in the shooting at the school?
No, sir. It was still very early on. I didn't get a lot of information.
Okay. Now, when you went through the home, as you showed us, the room at the far end on the left you determined was Jenny's room.
Correct.
And would you classify that as the master bedroom normally in the house because it had an adjoining bathroom?
For most homes, possibly. For that home, I would say yes. It was the largest bedroom and it did have an adjoining bath.
Okay. So it was the largest bedroom and it had its own bath.
Correct.
Okay. And where you put the father's room, which is on the other side, correct?
Correct.
Far right-hand side?
Yes.
Did that appear to be shared, bunk bed shared with the younger son, Coley?
Yes, it did.
Okay. So he shared that room with him.
Yes, it appeared that way.
And who gave you the information that Colt slept in the laundry room?
I can't recall exactly who gave it to me. One of the agents that I met with when I first responded to the house.
Okay. Did you find photograph in that laundry room where a bed would be?
There was a bed in the laundry room, yes.
Okay. And, excuse me, going through some of the cartridges that you found in this box, I think the, let's see. This appears to be a military type box. At least it was when I was in the military. Is that what you would call it?
Yes, sir. It's used by law enforcement and military commonly.
Okay.
Just for the record, what exhibit number is that?
And this is 146, correct? 146. And you went through that box and told us all the ammunition. Did you find any weapons in the house that matched the cartridges that you found?
I found a shotgun in the house as well as multiple boxes of shotgun shells, so yes, those would match. And I also found multiple different calibers of rifle ammunition. The rifle on the top of the closet, I'm not positive which caliber it would be, so I can't confirm or deny that.
Okay. Well, you told us that you found two 308s, correct?
Boxes or just cartridges?
In the box that I just showed you.
Yes, I
think
found
you-
several 308s.
Okay. 12.45 caliber.
Yes.
And Smith & Wesson, different makes, but 4 Smith & Wesson type bullets.
I found multiple types of handgun bullets. Yes.
Okay. And did you find a handgun?
Not in the home. In Mr. Gray's vehicle, yes.
Okay. And you searched his vehicle also?
Myself and Special Agent Andrew Still did, yes.
And was there a Smith & Wesson found or a 45?
Neither. It was a Glock 43X.
Okay. So you didn't find a 45 nor a Smith & Wesson?
No, sir.
How many Glock bullets did you find in this case?
So generally, you will not find a cartridge that has Glock imprinted on it. Glock is the manufacturer of the handgun.
Right. It's 9mm though, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many 9mm did you find?
I don't recall, sir.
And you indicated that you found an AR-style weapon in the top of the closet where Colin Gray slept, correct?
Correct.
And did any of the bullets in this case fit that particular firearm?
I'm not sure, sir. I did not attempt to load that firearm.
Okay. You didn't check to see what caliber it might be?
I examined the exterior of the rifle, and it was identified as a multi-cal, which means it's capable of firing more than one type of caliber. There was not one specific caliber listed or imprinted on the rifle.
Okay. And the 208s, what are they? Caliber 208s that you testified to, I think.
I don't recall testifying about a 208, sir.
Okay.
I
Were there-
testified about 308s.
Were there any found there?
308s, yes.
Okay. You remember how many?
No, sir. Multiple boxes.
Okay. Now, the photographs that we see here, these are not cut out of a newspaper, correct?
I'm not sure where they originated from, sir.
Okay. Don't they look like they were printed on a printer?
Potentially, yes.
Is that correct?
They could appear that way. Again, I'm not sure where they originated from.
Okay. But they don't look like a newspaper where you'd cut it out of a newspaper, do they?
The physical photos, no, they do not.
Okay. Do you know when those were printed?
No, sir.
Do you know when those were put on the wall?
No, sir.
The site mark box that you saw, did anyone give you any information that there was corresponding site mark on the weapon that was used at the school?
No, sir. I never saw any of the evidence that was collected from the school.
Okay. So primarily your duties was to go there and photograph everything pretty much that you saw. That'd be fair to say.
My role as a crime scene specialist is to photograph the crime scene in its entirety. So that includes the outside and inside overalls. And if I see something of evidentiary value, then yes, additional mid-range and close-up photographs of that item.
Okay. And do you sometimes get impressions about what you see?
What do you mean, sir?
I mean, if you see, for instance, the computer that was sitting on the floor in what was called Colt's room, the computer looked like it had been taken apart. Is that what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Okay. Components were on the floor.
Yes.
You don't know when that may have been done either, right?
I'm not sure.
Could you tell by what was taken apart on the computer why it may have been taken apart?
No, sir. I'm not a computer expert. I would have no idea of the inner workings of a hard drive.
Did anyone collect that computer to your knowledge?
I collected it and turned it over to the GBI's digital forensic investigators.
Okay, and which agent did you turn it over to?
Danielle Murphy.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
All right, so that was oh my gosh, who was that? What was her name? Heather Lashley. So now I want to pull up. Hold on a sec. So this is Special Agent Lucas Byer. He had the video timeline. I don't know if you guys remember this, but I want to check this out. All right, let me pull this up.
Video surveillance of the crime scene. So any witnesses or people in the gallery that would be triggered or upset by this, now would be the time.
And just to clarify, this is going to show video through the school of Colt that day.
Yes, sir. There's also a Rule 22 motion on that, Your Honor. We will pause it concurrent to that Rule 22 motion for you to instruct the press.
And remind me, is it
once we pause it, the
From
rest
Zen.
is done for the entirety of the rest of the video?
Yes, sir.
All right, so make sure you understand that at some point, we're going to pause it. We had a hearing on this. At the point which we pause it, thereafter, you need to hit the kill switch so that you're not recording what's on the screen, and then media is not allowed to take pictures or video of what's on the screen at that point in time.
Also, Your Honor,
Questions?
just anyone that's not in the media and signed the Rule 22, just regular people in the gallery are not allowed to take any pictures whatsoever or video of it.
Thank you. Go.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony given, matter now pending before this court be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, please. And if you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Special Agent Lucas Beyer. I'm with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. My name is spelled Lucasbeyer.
Okay. And where do you work, sir?
Currently, I'm employed with the GBI's SEAC unit. That's Child Exploitation and Computer Crimes.
Okay. And how long have you worked for that unit?
Since July 1st of 2025.
Okay. And back in 2024, where did you work?
I worked at the GBI's Athens Regional 11 office.
Okay. And does Region 11 cover Barrow County?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Were you working the day that on September 4th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where were you that morning?
So that morning, I was located at the GBI office in Athens. I was just doing standard work, sitting at my desk working on various reports. At some point in the morning, I don't remember the exact time, the supervisor notified the entire office that there was an active shooter situation occurring in Barrow County. And we immediately dropped what we were doing, got into our vehicles, and started moving towards Apalachee High School.
About what time did you arrive at Apalachee High School?
My best estimate would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10:40, 10:45 a.m.
Okay. And what happened when you arrived?
When I arrived at Apalachee High School, I got on my vest and I entered the school at a doorway nearest the guidance counselor's office. I traveled down a hallway and made contact with some law enforcement officers that were already in the building, got an assessment of what was going on and where we were needed. I was guided towards the atrium where there was a large contingent of law enforcement personnel meeting and trying to come up with a plan to do a secondary clear of the school. By the time I arrived, the primary clear of the school had already occurred, and it's standard operating procedure to do a secondary clearing of the school to make sure that any other injured individuals are located, to make sure that there are no more threats inside the building. So I joined up with a team of Georgia State Patrol, Barrow County Sheriff's Office, myself, and some other various law enforcement that were on scene, and we conducted a secondary clear of our assigned sector.
Okay. A brief synopsis, what else did you do that day?
During the clear, or during the secondary clear, the team that I was assigned to, we happened to be assigned to do a secondary clear of what ultimately turned into the crime scene. So once the clear was concluded, I started communicating with my crime scene specialist, Special Agent Daniela Stewart, started providing her an assessment of what the scene looked like. Told her to bring as much equipment as she could. And I started conducting various investigative acts that I thought would be necessary, including locating and collecting surveillance video.
Okay, I was going to ask you about that. Did you at some point collect all the surveillance video pertinent to that area of the school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And over the next few days and weeks, did you watch all of that school surveillance video?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And describe to me the system in general of how it worked with the surveillance system.
The surveillance system was centralized within the school. When I initially requested the surveillance video, I made contact with a school resource officer at the school, and he started the process of identifying videos and isolating them for download. It actually took quite a while to download the video, so I didn't end up picking it up physically until the following day. But the system was centralized in the school. All the cameras were coordinated. They were all on the same timestamp. Each classroom had an individual camera in it that was located in the top center of the ceiling. It had a fisheye lens, so it could catch a 360-degree view despite being a single camera. There were also surveillance cameras positioned throughout the hallways, also mounted on the ceilings. All these cameras operated on the same timestamp. The surveillance cameras in the hallway provided a slightly different angle. They weren't fish-eyed like the classroom cameras were, but they still coordinated at the same time.
When you're reviewing these videos, can you pick and choose, or is it you're watching this hallway camera throughout the entire time, and then you're watching this television or this classroom camera all the way through?
While I was watching the video, it was individual camera feeds exclusively.
Okay. And were you able to piece together a timeline of following Colt from when he got on the bus until all the way through the shooting?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. I want to pull up a map of the school. And there should be a pointer up there still for the last witness. Yeah. And so it's, if you use the one behind you and show us from the video, I want you to walk us through Colt's path from when he got off the bus at the school through the shooting.
The bus dropped Colt off approximately here. Colt traveled and entered the school through a set of doors here. He traveled down this hallway.
Would you flip for us?
Stand on the other side of your chair. You stand on this side.
I apologize. Let's start over. The bus dropped Colt off here. He entered the school through a set of doors here, moved along this hallway, and then there was a large gathering area, a cafeteria here. Colt walked along the outside of that cafeteria, traveled down this main hallway into the atrium, and then entered this hallway where he entered his first period classroom.
And could you point out his first period classroom for us?
First period classroom was, I believe, one of these two classrooms here.
Okay. And at the end of first period, where did he go?
He exited his classroom, continued to travel down this hallway, and entered this hallway here, traveled all the way down, and then entered J Hall, where he went to his second period class,
Okay.
which is located here.
Okay. And for the shooting, when he left his second period class, where did he go?
He exited second period, traveled back down this hallway, and entered the bathrooms that are located here.
Okay.
He remained in the bathrooms for an extended period of time, ultimately exited the bathroom, and traveled back to his second period classroom where he attempted to gain access to that classroom.
And did he gain access to the classroom?
No, sir, he did not.
What did he do at that point?
He moved to the immediate neighboring classroom. The door was open in that classroom, and he entered that classroom and proceeded to shoot.
How far into the classroom did he enter?
No more than 3 or 4 steps, sir.
Okay. And how many shots did it appear in the video? How long was he in the room shooting?
He was in the room for 10 to 12 seconds, if memory serves correctly. It was difficult to tell based off the video and the video quality how many shots he took, but it was several shots that he took inside that classroom.
Okay. And when you left that classroom, where did he go?
When he left the classroom, he went back down J Hall, traveling back towards the restroom. When he was approximately here in the hallway, he fired some more and ultimately struck teacher Christina Ermy.
We'll stop you there. We got a more close up. Get that here. Probably easier for you. Make sure you're having a stretch there.
Thank you.
Right side up.
All right, so once again, this was a classroom that he started firing in. When he exited that doorway, he traveled down the hallway, and when he was almost at the intersection of J Hall and I Hall, he saw Miss Ermy coming out of this classroom. He fired the rifle, struck her, and then almost simultaneously turned his attention down this hallway where he saw Mr. Aspinwall and Mr. Phoenix coming out of their respective classrooms, at which time he fired several more shots in their direction, striking both of them. After turning his attention away from Mr. Phoenix and Mr. Aspinwall, he continued to travel down this hallway until he reached almost the end of the hallway. It was at that point that Mason Schermerhorn came out of the bathroom. Colt turned around, saw Mason Schermerhorn coming out of the bathroom, fired at him, initially missed. Mason turned around to try to flee. Unfortunately, he turned right around to face Colt Gray, and he was shot at that point. After shooting Mason Schermerhorn, Colt turned down this hallway, and he tried to lift the rifle and take aim at another student that was in that hallway, Zane Zinni. But it was at that point that the Barrow County school resource officers came down the hallway and were able to get Colt to stop shooting.
Thank you. Because you had to watch all of this on individual cameras, did you have an idea about doing something to fix that?
Yes, sir. I tried to get in touch with, or I did get in touch with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and asked about resources to put the video together and stitch it together in a more cohesive video product so that when viewing the video, it didn't have to be individual videos and clicking on different files, that we could just generate a singular file that would show a stitched together version of all the events and all the cameras pieced together.
Okay. And were those videos sent to the FBI so they could make that composite video?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And was that composite video returned, and have you seen that video?
I have seen that video, yes, sir.
Okay. And does it accurately depict the shooting and the course of Colt Gray through the school as you saw it?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I tender the videos 192.1 and 192.2 in the evidence.
Okay. All right, 191 and 192.
Okay. And there's also footage from that will be showing that's already admitted into evidence, which is state slip number 22, correct? 22 from the classroom, Your Honor. We're also going to be showing what's already in evidence, which is Exhibit 22, the fisheye, Your Honor.
If any of these kids knew who Colt was, they'd be like, "Hey, what's in the bag? You know, what's your project? What's going on there?" But nobody knew him. Nobody knew him, so there was no reason. There was no reason for somebody to say what's in the bag. That's the sad part about this. What, this was his 4th day of school? You know, nobody knew him. Yeah, no metal detectors. If there had been metal detectors, there's a teacher there on the left. Now here's where it gets creepy. I mean, he could have very easily done it here. Can you imagine? I mean, look how crowded the school is. He could have very easily done it here, you know? Yeah, Jenny's right. Erin did a video of this, you guys. Erin put this together and she put some music. It's pretty creepy. I don't know if it's a short or not. Again, look how crowded it is. And this school is packed. Sorry, I didn't know I was not that loud. I was just saying that he could have done this in any of these crowded, like the cafeteria. I think that's what the Columbine guys did. Oh, it's not a short. Okay, thanks, Jenny. It's an actual video. I hope they do, Carol. I hope they have metal detectors. I hope that's the least that they could do is get metal detectors. Look at all these kids. They're like three in a row. It's like a shark. He's like a shark swimming around. You just don't know when he's going to strike, you know? This is him coming into the 1st grade. Let's see. I hope they got metal detectors. Again, that could be let's see. Yes, they installed and using open gate detection systems in January 2025. So they did. Cost them $700,000. But they did provide using open gate. They did provide, it's a weapons detection system. Parents filed petitions for campus metal detectors after, of course. Petitions come across the, oh, I gotta subscribe to it. Wait, hold on. The petition, 12,357 signatures. So they do have, yeah, they do. Less than a week after, parent Jacqueline Lopez started a petition to get metal detectors in the middle and high schools. Oh, wait a minute, that's San Diego. Hold on a sec. Oh, that was, okay. A day after this happened, a petition asking for metal detectors had 12,120 signatures. But yeah, so they do have metal detectors now. This is the teacher that questioned him, or he asked about drills. This is the teacher he asked about drills, and she thought that was a little odd. She said this was Greer, was that her name? Kathleen Greer, or no, I'm sorry, Suzanne Harris. She's the one that said, she, like something in the back of her head said that he's got something in his backpack. I'm pretty sure it was her. But yeah, I think he asked about a crisis counselor. He does go to the bathroom. And she said it was suspicious, that backpack was suspicious, but she didn't do anything, you know. Erin did another video, Debbie. She put some music to it. She took this and she edited it and put some music to it. Yeah, Shelley closing the barn door after the cow gets out, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I'm sure everybody that's at this school that saw him is like kicking themselves. You know, it's like one of those things of like, you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. You know, even if just one kid was like, what class are you in? Or what class is that for? But, you know, he's a new kid. Nobody knew him. Nobody knew him. Debbie, it's there. Aaron put it up there. I'll find the link. I'll find the link for you guys. Jenny, I don't know if this is what you're thinking about, but this was a short. It's the same video, it's just shortened up. Debbie, there's the video that Aaron created. I don't know if that's the same one that, Jenny, you're thinking about. Anyway. Yeah, he is. Sweet Vampy, yep. He's shaking his leg. Hey, Barry, welcome in. Thank you, Sherry. Yeah, Aaron did a great job putting it together. So again, this is Suzanne Harris's. This is the computer science. Yeah, so this is where he's asking about active shooter drill. Yeah, Mel. Yep, that's when he was asking her. That's when he was asking her about the active drill. Jane, 2,000 kids in the high school. It's a big high school. Well, for me, that's a big high school. And teachers are not allowed to search backpacks, as we found out. That is true. Has to be assistant principal, I think, principal, and then the school resource officers. I mean, he seems very fidgety, right? For a new kid, he's very fidgety. That's like, what, the second time he's gotten up in like a minute or two? Bridget, Georgia teachers are not allowed to check students' personal property. I think teachers can call an admin to search backpack locker, Malka says, yeah. It's, I think, assistant principal, principal, and school resource officers. I'm pretty sure that's what came out in testimony. Bridget, good to see you. Welcome in. All right, thanks, Jenny. Gave me this video. This is the video that. Oh, okay, that's 34 minutes. All right. So Erin did a short, and then she did an actual video. All right, thanks, Jenny. Yeah, look at his leg. His leg is just bouncing away. His left leg, right? His left leg is just... So he sends a text. Is this the time that he sends the text to his dad where he says, "I'm sorry"? Okay, 10:02. That's when he texts his mom, "I'm sorry." So it's not quite 10:02 yet. You're welcome, sweet Vampy. Otis, welcome in. Good to see you. So that's what, the third time he's gotten up? Those are gloves, right? I think those are his tan gloves. Yeah, those are his tan gloves. He's putting tan gloves into his pocket. All right, so here's where she says she went to the restroom to put up chains. So this is in between period 1 and 2. She said she heard a voice in her head said she got cold chills, and if you make that accusation, they're going to think you're crazy. But the voice got louder, and that's when she went to the office. So she heard a voice say he's got a firearm, he's got a weapon. So that's when that set her off. And so she went to the office. Then he goes to Kathleen Greer's. So let's pull her up. She's also a math teacher. Well, I hope there's positives that come out of this, and one of them is, as kids, hopefully parents are like, hey, if you see somebody walking around, I don't know, you have to say something, right? You have to say something to a teacher. All right, so this is Kathleen Greer's second period. She teaches 9th grade Algebra 1. And this is the class where he sits with Colton. He actually sits down with Colton. Now, August 26th, he asked about a crisis counselor. So that was one of his days. That was one of his 4 days that he was there. He asked for a crisis counselor. And then it's Colton Gray. Then we have a Colton Gray. And you're gonna see Colton come in. Malco, teachers didn't have to know much about him. Backpack sus says it all. Call admin security officer for a look-see. Hey, Margaret, he had a Fender hat. Fender as in musical instrument. So he had a Fender hat that his dad bought. They went to a music store because Colt also played guitar. So he bought him a Fender hat. So he had it wrapped up in this poster that was basically a Mother's Day poster that Collie and Jenny made. And then he had a Fender hat on top of it. Welcome back, Susan. Welcome back. So there's Colton. There's Colton Gray right there. And it was taped shut. Yeah, so that's Colton right there in the black shirt. I'm not sure who the other student is there on the right, but that's Colton who just sat down. I mean, just the odds of that just blow my mind. Two Grays, Colton Gray and Colt Gray, sitting at the same. I mean, in the same school is one thing, but at the same classroom and then sitting. And Colton is a senior. What is he doing taking Algebra 1? I never understood that. Pretty sure Colton's a senior. Yeah, he's a senior. So Colton is a senior, but he's in 9th grade algebra. I didn't quite understand that one, but it is what it is. So anyway, the odds of being in the same classroom with the same name, at the same desk setup, is just crazy. It's just crazy. Yeah, the guy in the 9th grade algebra with the beard. Yeah, that's Colton. Alicia. Well, who knows? But yeah, he's a senior. Shore Life. He's a senior. I don't know. I'm assuming he's 18. I don't know who these other students are. Mama C says, I think before this, a lot of us would have just thought it was a project, but now we see it differently. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to say, oh, that looks sus to me. I mean, I don't know. It's real hard. You're right. I mean, looking back, second guessing, shoulda, woulda, coulda, all that stuff. And yeah, looking back on it, it's easy for us to say, oh, that's suspicious. And it is suspicious, but, you know, he's very, very aware of what's in what's in his backpack. Very aware. Keeps checking it out for sure. Yeah, Terry H. Literally, yeah, it's around 10:20, I believe, is when it happens. 10:22 is when he comes back. So he leaves pretty soon. He leaves at 9:54. So he leaves in about 10 minutes, and he comes back at 10:22. That's when it happens. Her legal family, yeah, very fidgety. Very fidgety. River Rat, I think the ski cap on top was enough to suspect. I don't even see the ski cap, though. Is there actually, I thought it was like, I don't even see it. I guess it's on top of the firearm. I don't see it in the. All right, so here's where, yep, goes to the restroom. He leaves around 10:02, I think. Oh, 9:54. All right, yeah, 9:54 he asks to leave. So here's him ask. He's going to go to the restroom. I mean, if only that thing had just fallen, people would have been like, "What?" I mean, it's just a little slip up. Would have saved 4 lives, and I mean, she's like right there too. I mean, she's literally like a foot away from it. All right, that student in red, I think she's the one that does that. When he comes back, she sees him. I think that's that student in red. Hey, Barry Wine, welcome in. Thanks for joining us. All right, so he said he wanted to go to the counselor. That's why he did not ask to go to the bathroom. He asked to go to the counselor. So he asked to see his counselor. She didn't escort him. So that's why she didn't. She's like, this time she didn't escort him. The other time she escorted him. The August 26th, she took him to the counselor. So he doesn't go to the counselor. He goes to the bathroom. And then also, Miss Harris remember, she's the one that had this premonition, if you will. And she contacted the principal's office. So there's the assistant principal is going to come into the classroom asking for Colton Gray. Yeah, now Colton Gray is going to sign out, and he's going to go to the bathroom. All right, here's where it gets really, really weird. So not only are they in the same classroom, well, in the same school, but they're in the same classroom, even though they're 9th and 12th grade. They're sitting at the same, there's Colton, he's at the bottom. They're in the black shirt. There's Colton Gray going to use the restroom. So they're in the same school, they're in the same classroom. They're seated at the same tables. He asked to go to the bathroom. They're in the same bathroom together. Man. I mean, it's just weird. So he signs out at 10:03. Oh, this is him signing out, going to use the restroom. So then he goes to the same restroom. So they're in the same restroom as well. Just unbelievable. What's up, Green Eyed? I didn't actually see. Oh, going to the bathroom. Yeah. No, he has to go to the one time he asked to use the restroom, didn't have the bag. Another time he asked to use the restroom. I'm sorry, he has to go to the counselor. And yeah. So yeah, if he said, "Hey, I have to use the restroom," and then he walks out with his bag, that would seem highly sus, among other things. But yeah, no, he has to go see a counselor. Oh, Irami, that's Christine, right? Isn't that's Christina Irami. You see on the upper left, that's her room. Christina Irami was, unfortunately, she lost her life. So see that sign? That's Christina Irami's classroom. I didn't catch that before. So there goes Colton. There goes the senior, wandering his way to the bathroom with his phone. So they're in the same restroom. Okay, yeah, now here's the assistant principal, comes into the classroom looking for Colton Gray. Colton Gray. And remember, they didn't have a photograph, or I think the school photo they had of Colt, he was like in 6th grade? Because he missed 8th grade altogether. I don't think there was a picture of him. I think it was like 6th grade. So they didn't know, they were trying to find this kid, and he's like, 2 or 3 years younger than what he actually is. They stop him. Her legal family, they stop him and they talk to him and then they let him go. I think you'll see that. I think you'll see that here. I mean, it'll play. Okay, here's the assistant principal. This is Miss Martin. So that's Miss Martin. And she's told that Colt Gray went to the counselor's office. All right, now, now they're going into the restroom to pull out Colton Gray. And he's like, "What? I didn't do anything." So this is what happened to him. I mean, literally nothing. They just questioned him. Because they were told he went to the restroom. Now, Colt is in this restroom too. I mean, they're both there, right? They're both there. So that's the assistant principal. They were so close, Terry. So close. So many times. So many times. That's what's so like aggravating and frustrating. And so here she is talking to Colton Gray. And he's like, "What? What did I do? What's up?" Right? I mean, he doesn't know what's going on. Right, Jane? Colton's thinking, "What the heck?" I would be too. I'd be like, "What's going on?" You know? All right, so here's Colton. Colton's coming back. So he has his backpack, though. I don't remember him taking his backpack. Obviously, they searched his backpack. Nothing was there. So here's the teacher talking to the assistant principal, Miss Greer. She's in the green there. So this is when they're like emailing each other. There's an email saying Colt left around 9:50. Yeah, so he left at 9:50. So they're like, "Why isn't this kid at the counselor?" So, and here's where it starts. So 10:22 is when it starts. They do not show it. They stop it. But you know, Brad Smith yesterday was saying he's seen some of the most horrific stuff he's ever seen. I'm sure he saw this video of these poor kids. What? Yeah. I can't imagine being the prosecutor having to look at this, you know. So there's Christina Irami's class. She eventually, unfortunately, does lose her life. I didn't catch that the first time. Okay, that's the student in the red. So she's, I think she's the one that gets up. Oh, hold on. They're talking.
In line with the prior ruling, you will, sir, hit your kill switch for the recording the TV monitors.
And of course, no one in the media or otherwise is to record or photograph the TV monitor.
I believe he was crying here. Hold on, I believe this is when they actually show the kids, you know, I think he does. I think they said that he, because they're showing it. They're showing these kids. So, look at what your son did. This is what your son did. He's not hunting deer, he's hunting kids. He's hunting people. Doesn't even know them. And you can hear him crying.
The video when he steps into the classroom and fires, was that zoomed in on Colt?
Yes, sir.
Does it, by zooming in on Colt, does it exclude a lot of the rest of the room?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Your Honor, this time we would like to play just the clip from inside that classroom, from the fisheye camera unaltered, so that it shows what the other students are doing in that classroom, since they are all charged victims in the case.
Is this 191.2?
It's actually 191.3, Your Honor, on the clips, but I think it's Exhibit 22. 22.1. 22.1. And Your Honor, this would not be. At 2 minutes we stop it, and then after that they can't show anymore.
Okay, good. All right. or broadcasting, photographing, at this point, to view the video.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they might be showing his arrest as well, maybe? I don't know. Because it seems like, yeah, that's been going on for a while. Oh, here we go.
Viewing of the video, when the shooter left the classroom, how did the door get shut?
Based on my review of the video, the door was closed by Christian Angulo.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
So Christian opened the door for him, Colt goes in and shoots him, and then somehow Christian was able to close the door.
Good afternoon, Agent.
Afternoon, sir.
You had a pretty big presence there at the school, I'm sure, by the GBI. Did you have a number of people from your unit there in Athens?
Yes, sir.
How many people from Athens came, if you remember?
Everybody that was assigned to our office, both of our supervisors, every field agent that was working that day, even those that may not have been working at the office, came at some point in the day.
And a number of your colleagues from Atlanta also showed up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know whether there were any agents there that were doing, say, the investigation of what was at the home of Mr. Gray?
There was an investigation ongoing at the Gray home. I'm not personally familiar with it. I never went there and never laid eyes on it, sir.
Okay. That was not something you had anything to do with?
No, sir.
And did anyone share any of that information with you? In other words, any of the items that were found at the home?
There were small details coming in throughout the day, throughout the next several days. There were some photographs that were shared. Specifically, I can't recall exactly what all was shared at that time. There was a lot going on in those days.
Okay. And you don't recall who the particular agent from GBI would have gone to the home to do an analysis of what was found at the home?
No, sir, I did not know.
And looking at the video, we see at 8:02 Colt Gray texting someone.
Yes, sir.
Did anyone indicate to you who that might be that he was texting at
No, sir.
8:02?
No, sir.
You didn't collect his phone, correct?
Not personally, no, sir. I transported it at some point to the Barrow County Sheriff's Office for extraction, but I did not personally collect it.
All right. We notice also in the video that the resource officers go to the bathroom and they pull out Colton Gray, another Gray with similar name.
Yes, sir.
Were they in the same bathroom as Colt Gray?
Yes, sir.
So Colt Gray and Colton Gray were both in the same bathroom at the same time?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you know why nobody got the right Colton Gray out of the bathroom?
Not personally, no. To the best of my knowledge, based on interviews that I did with Ms. D. Martin, the assistant principal, there was confusion in regards to the name, and there was also confusion in regards to Colt Gray himself, because he had not been at the school for an extended period of time, and he was lesser known than Colton Gray was.
Okay, so nobody gave anybody a description of who this person or what this person may look like?
That I don't know, sir.
And was there anything else done in relation to this case by you other than dealing with these videotapes?
Yes, sir. I conducted a number of interviews, mostly of teachers and administrative staff at the school. I did not interview any of the students or children that attended the school. Several interviews and video review were primarily the bulk of what I contributed to the investigation.
Okay. Did you do, or anyone with your unit, talk to any of the students that were in the same classroom that he was?
There were a number of student interviews conducted by GBI agents. I did not participate in those, sir.
Okay. And no one, to your knowledge, indicated that they had seen this gun sticking out of the cardboard piece that it was in?
No, sir. Nobody, based on the staff members and teachers that I interviewed, nobody told me specifically that they saw the gun. There was a mere suspicion that there was an unusual object in the bag, but nobody was able to identify it as a rifle.
All right. Thank you for your work, Agent.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, thank you guys for joining us today. For those that are new coming in, we are reviewing Colin's sentencing is tomorrow. So tomorrow and Friday. Colt was sentenced. He had a mini trial. He did a non-negotiable plea. So that's why it was like a mini trial. That's why it lasted Friday, Monday, and Tuesday. He was sentenced yesterday to life without parole. And today, all last week, we were doing the road to sentencing. So we're just going over Colin's trial again as we get prepared for his sentencing, which will be tomorrow. We will be live tomorrow for his sentencing. Today, we are just reviewing how we got here, how we got to, what happened in his trial. So that's all we're doing today. Just reviewing previous testimony and seeing how we got here. So again, you can see this is part 4. So we've done the family members, we've done some of the teachers. Today I'm focusing more on the law enforcement and their side of things. So right now we are just reviewing Colin's trial from back in February. So tomorrow will be his actual sentencing. So now we're going to shift gears just a bit. This is Special Agent Danielle Stewart. We saw the video, right? We just saw that video. So now we're going to, she put together this really interesting 3-dimensional reenactment, if you will. So let me just put this in here. Just give it a second. All right, so this is, one sec. And let's also take a moment while I cue this up. Let's see if we can get to 200 likes, if you guys don't mind. Just give me a moment to cue this up, and let's see if we can get ourselves to 200 likes. Let's see, where are we? How many likes do we have? We have 194 likes. Can we get up to 200? If you can hear my voice, and 198. If you guys can hear my voice and you're not in chat, please take a moment and hit the like button. Let us know that you are a live individual and not a bot. YouTube likes that. Excuse me for that. All right, let me just find her testimony. I remember her testimony, and it was pretty good. I liked her a lot. All right, so this is Special Agent Danielle Stewart. She puts together this 3-dimensional video.
All right, if you want to go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat. And if you will start just by introducing yourself to the jury, and I'll have you spell your name for the court reporter.
I'm Daniela Stewart, DANIELLA STUART.
And Special Agent Stewart, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what region?
I was previously assigned to Region 11, which covers the Athens office. I have since taken a full-time position as a technical leader, which means I'm not specifically assigned to a regional office. I'm responsible for overseeing several regional offices in terms of the crime scene specialists that are in those offices.
Okay. And back in September of 2024, were you specifically with Region 11 at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us about Region 11. What area does that cover?
Region 11, the office is in Athens, and it covers the 11 counties that surround the Athens area, and Barrow is one of them.
All right. And tell us a little bit about your role now, and then I'll have you kind of go into what your role as a crime scene specialist is as well.
Okay, so as a technical leader, like I stated previously, I'm responsible for helping train new crime scene specialists and teaching them how to work crime scenes. I'm responsible for 4 offices. So I have the Athens office, I have the Calhoun office, which is in the northwest region of the state. I have the Metro Atlanta office, and then I also have the Augusta office.
Okay. And tell me about what being a crime scene specialist entails.
So in my role as I'm a technical leader, I'm also a crime scene specialist. So my official title is special agent, but I specialize primarily in crime scene. So being assigned as a crime scene specialist to the Region 11 office back in September of 2024, my responsibilities specifically were to only work crime scenes. I'm not typically the one responsible for interviewing witnesses or getting medical records or running the case, so to speak. I'm responsible for running the crime scene and gathering the evidence that goes along with that crime scene.
And give us a little bit of background on your education and training that led to that position with the GBI.
So I have a bachelor's degree in sociology from Wake Forest University in North Carolina, and then I have a master's degree in criminal justice and criminology from Georgia State University, which is in the heart of downtown Atlanta. And I started working in the crime scene capacity for the Atlanta Police Department back in 2013. I was with them for approximately 2 years. I operated in a civilian capacity, which means I was not a sworn law enforcement officer. I did the same roles, though. I was photographing, collecting evidence, processing evidence. So I did that for about 2 years. Atlanta is a very busy agency, so there I responded to close to over 500 crime scene calls, ranging from burglaries to homicides. And then I was with the DeKalb County Police Department, also as a civilian crime scene investigator. And I was there for about 5 months, worked a handful of homicides and assisted with processing vehicles and working homicides. And then I got hired by the GBI in 2015. So I've been working with the GBI for about 9 years total. I did take a 2-year gap to kind of do something different in investigation. So I wasn't in a crime scene role, but I got back into a crime scene role.
Once you're with the GBI, do you get additional training in crime scene processing? You talked about photographing, collecting evidence, that kind of thing. Does the GBI continue to train and hone your skills in that area?
Yes. So we go through a special agent academy. Well, first of all, to be certified as a law enforcement officer, you have to go to a police academy, which back then it was about 10 weeks. You have a 2-day crime scene processing class within that academy. And then when you get hired with the GBI, we have an agent academy, which back then it was about 11 weeks. So another 400 or so hours of additional training. We have a week specifically of crime scene in there. I am also a graduate of the National Forensic Academy, which is an 10-week academy in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, which is just outside of Knoxville. So we do training in bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, latent print processing, photography. We get specialized training specifically in working crime scenes and analyzing evidence. I also teach for the University of Tennessee, so I teach crime scene classes throughout the state and also throughout the country for them. And specifically within the GBI, we have additional training crime scene wise. We do monthly training on various crime scene topics, so we're constantly training in the area of crime scene and forensic science.
And I want to talk briefly about one specific area of what you do, which is laser scanner operations. Can you tell me about kind of what specifically y'all use and what that is?
Yeah, so we use a 3D laser scanner, and the specific model that we have, we have 2 models at the agency currently that we use. We use an RTC 360, which is a bigger scanner. The range is about 130 meters, which is approximately 426 feet. And we also use a BLK 360 scanner, which the range for that is 45 meters. So it's shorter distances, better for inside scenes. So we have additional specific training in how to utilize that equipment.
Okay. And tell us kind of what situations that equipment is useful for.
So it is primarily a measurement tool. So if you've ever seen people on the side with the giant yellow-colored tripods surveying the land, a lot of them are using Leica equipment. And I think the biggest thing to understand with the Leica, again, like I said, is it's not necessarily a photography tool. That's what our camera's for. It is a measurement tool. So it allows us to capture millions of measurements within our scene and create a 3D point cloud so that we can go back in, get additional measurements, and essentially be able to walk through our crime scene in a three-dimensional space.
Okay. And just to be clear, even though it's not a replacement for photography and its primary role is measurement, can it be used to kind of create a recreation of a crime scene to some extent?
Yes, because it does take panoramic images, so it overlays the images on top of the point. So how it works is there's a laser that's on the inside of it, and the laser hits a surface. Do you mind me demonstrating?
No, she has a demonstrative aid to show how the laser. But okay. We're not tendering it to evidence.
So before we had 3D laser scanners, we used digital measuring devices, which essentially help us measure on scene. So there's a laser, you can see this red laser beam, this red dot on the wall. The laser shooting out, and when you look at the screen, you can see what distance that is. So the scanner is essentially using similar technology. There's a laser inside of the scanner that you can't see, like you'd be able to see that red dot. You can't see that laser, and when it strikes the surface, it returns that information back to the scanner, and it's measuring that distance. It captures approximately 2 million points per second, and it is very accurate.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
And how many times?
I've testified as an expert approximately 2 or 3 times.
Okay. And Judge, at this time we would tender Special Agent Stewart as an expert in crime scene processing and Leica scanner use and data.
No objection. No objection, Judge. All right, so we use an expert.
So I'm going to ask you kind of a broad question. When you're processing a crime scene, so I'm talking specifically regarding to photographing, scanning, collecting evidence, talk us through what your general process is in doing that when you get to a crime scene.
Yeah, so my general process when I get there is I first make contact with whoever was on scene, get a little bit of a briefing, kind of understanding of what's going on, what am I working with here. And then we typically would do a walkthrough with that individual, and then we start taking photographs because we want to photograph the scene exactly how it was before we add evidence markers or anything additional to the scene. And then once we take the overall photographs, we start putting out the yellow evidence markers that you've probably seen on TV. Sometimes we have different colors. But we start putting out the evidence markers. We will then use the laser scanner to scan the scene to get measurements. And I think the other thing I didn't explain about the scanner is its line of sight. So it's not able to see through things specifically. So if you can't see an object behind a door, the scanner won't be able to see that until you move the scanner to another position for it to be able to view that. So we set it up in multiple places in our scene to capture all of the information that we need, and then we combine it together. So we scan, and then we usually collect our evidence and do a secondary search for additional evidence.
Okay. And you referenced kind of being brief when you get there. We've heard some testimony about this, but is the GBI a request-only agency?
Yes, we are request only, which means we have to have a local agency ask us for help.
Okay. And let's move on specifically to this case. So going back to September 4th of 2024, did you respond to Apalachee High School in Barrow County?
I did.
And was the GBI requested to assist in that case?
Yes, we were.
What was your role in this investigation?
So this was a little bit unique because typically when I'm getting a request for a crime scene, I am not at the scene almost immediately when things are happening, when people are trying to clear the scene or put up the crime scene tape. I'm usually responding, a little bit after the incident has happened. The scene's already secured by the local officers or deputies, and then I'm in my crime scene role almost immediately when I respond. In this case, we responded to an active shooter. When there's this type of call, everybody who's available goes. So I responded in that capacity and was part of the process of kind of securing the crime scene. And then once we kind of figured out what we had going on, then I switched into my crime scene role at that point.
Okay, so you kind of ushered the transition from active investigation to evidence collection, processing, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay. And how long did it take to process this crime scene in total?
So this took approximately 3 days for us to process the scene.
Okay. I'll go ahead and start with one specific aspect of the investigation. So in processing the crime scene, did y'all use a Leica scanner, the type of scanner that you've been talking about?
Yes, we did.
And how many did you use?
So we actually used 3 scanners. A couple weeks prior to this incident, we had specific Leica training. A representative from Leica came to our training center in Forsyth, and we had a week-long training about how to use multiple scanners in a scene and then put those scans together. So the exact skills that we used during the Apalachee scene were the skills that we had learned during that training.
And at what point did y'all actually use these scanners to scan the crime scene here?
We started the crime scene examination, I think, around 1:30, and we immediately started using the scanners because we had decedents that were in the hallway and in classrooms, and we wanted to properly document that. So we had a couple people taking photographs of that and then immediately scanning that area.
And just kind of generally talk us through what it looks like for, in this case, for y'all to obtain the appropriate scans from this whole school.
Yeah, so like I said, we deployed 3 scanners. We had about 5 or 6 crime scene specialists and our crime scene coordinator on scene. That's not typical of us. Typically it's 1 crime scene specialist working a scene and we have 1 scanner. But because we had evidence in different hallways and different classrooms and we wanted to work efficiently, we deployed 3 scanners and we captured 151 scans of the evidence.
Okay, and you testified that y'all had recently been trained in using multiple scanners and combining those into one image. Were y'all able to do that in this case?
Yes, we were.
And have you had the opportunity to review that 3D mapping of Apalachee High School prepared by those combined Leica scanners in this case?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene?
Yes.
In preparing for this trial, did you take that scan and essentially pre-record a walkthrough of the crime scene using the scan?
Yes.
And in doing that, were you essentially trying to follow the shooter's path in this case?
Yes.
And are there any contextual details that you want to explain about the appearance of the video before we tender it and publish it?
Yeah, so when I say fair and accurate, what you will notice with the scan data is that it's not going to look as smooth as a photograph or an actual video walkthrough because it's consistent of millions of points. So if you can imagine, you're looking in the courtroom right now, things are made of wood or whatever material. When you're looking at the scan data, you'd almost have to imagine that if this courtroom was made out of Legos, right? So if all the walls were made out of Legos, all of the furniture in here was made out of Legos, and each Lego represented a point in the scan, that's kind of how it would be. So if you walked into the courtroom and it was made out of Legos, you generally know what you're looking at, but it obviously doesn't look as smooth as if it's made out of wood or other materials. So it may look a little, I guess, grainy, so to speak, because its primary job is to capture measurements, and every surface that you see in there is consistent of millions of points, or in my analogy, millions of Legos.
And with that caveat of some I don't want to call it deficiencies, but deficiencies in the recreation of what was observed. Is this scan and the walkthrough that you recorded a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed or what you captured at Apalachee High School on September 4th, I think, and September 5th?
Yes, and you may see when you're watching this fly through, the lockers kind of look a little bit hazy and white. They're blue, but there's like a white haze on them, and that's primarily because there was so much ceiling tile dust in the school, on the floor, on every surface, and the scanner is capturing some of that.
And Judge, at this time we would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 110, which is the walkthrough from the Leica scanner.
Any objection?
No objection at this time, Judge.
Let's do this. Before we publish and you go through the walkthrough and the scan, let's go ahead and take our lunch break.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll be in recess till 1 o'clock.
Kind of refresh your recollection where we left off. We had just tendered your scan of the school and the walkthrough that you had prepared in relation to that. And I remember you previously testified that there are some sort of visual defects in the presentation from the Leica scanner. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So before we publish that for the jury, do you want to kind of just tell us what we're going to see first off to give us an idea of what we're looking at and what we'll see for the first minute or two of it?
Yeah, so the video starts in the boys' bathroom that was on J Hall, and then in the video will be coming out of the bathroom and then turning left down the hall and proceeding down the hallway towards Miss Greer's classroom and Miss Ryan's classroom.
And just for clarification purposes, is it the same bathroom that Colt Gray was in and exited the direction he exited towards on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
2 minutes and 48 seconds. As we're approaching Ms. Greer's classroom, can you tell us what we're going to be seeing for the next couple of minutes?
Yes, so for the next couple minutes, you'll see the video go towards Ms. Greer's classroom, almost like we're going to go into the classroom. The door would have been closed during the time of the incident, but for scanning purposes, we leave the doors open so that the scanner can see into the room, because it's a line of sight scanner, so it can't see through the door. What you may also see is some what we call noise. The scanner doesn't love reflective surfaces, so what happens when it's hitting a reflective surface is it's returning back, and it sometimes creates points in error, essentially. So you may have, like, let's say it hits the TV screen, you may have the duplicate of the TV screen on the back wall or something like that. We go in and we try to clean up most of that as best we can, but you can imagine in the school there was a lot of reflective surfaces. So you may see some of that as well. And then once we come out of Ms. Greer's classroom, the video doesn't go completely in it, but then we go next to Ms. Ryan's classroom, and you'll see the video actually go through her classroom to show some of the defects and the other evidence that's in the classroom. Of course, during the incident, Colt didn't actually walk through the classroom. He stepped into the classroom. But for the purposes of this, for you to be able to see everything, we went in that classroom.
Thank you. Stopping at it's 5 minutes and 14 seconds. Tell me what we're going to see in this next few minutes.
So in the next few minutes, you will see us make our way back down J Hall towards the intersection of I and J. And that intersection is where Miss Irami gets shot. Colt shoots Miss Irami from that intersection, and also Coach Aspinwall and Mr. Phoenix.
Okay. So is it going to look down the hallway where Coach Aspinwall and Mr. Phoenix were?
Correct.
35 seconds. Tell me what we're going to see in the last segment of this.
So we will continue down J hallway. Obviously in this I'm flying through very slowly because I don't want anyone to feel like they're on a roller coaster. But in the video, obviously, things were moving much faster.
And is there an additional hallway we're going to look down as we get further?
Yeah, so we'll get to the end of J hallway. It will turn towards that last classroom on the left side of the hallway because in the video it appeared that he almost, like he looked into that classroom. I don't know if he was attempting to go in, but he looked in that classroom and then he turns around, points back down J hall. That's where he shoots Mason, and then turns and points the gun at a kid that is down K hall, and then that almost in that same moment law enforcement is making contact with him.
So you, in addition to this scan and collecting evidence, you referenced taking photographs of the crime scene. Is it fair to say a significant number of photographs were taken of this crime scene over the course of several days?
Yes, I individually took over 1,000 photographs.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 111.1 through 111.144. The defense counsel has previously reviewed. Did you review the stack of photographs outside the presence of the jury?
Yes.
And tell me what those are.
They are overall mid-range and close-up photographs of the school and various items of evidence and bullet defects.
Okay, and are they all fair and accurate photos of photographs that were taken of the crime scene and evidence from the crime scene?
Yes, in some of the photographs you may see some areas that are a little brighter. I did use an external flash because as the day moved on, it got darker outside, so it was darker inside of the school.
Okay, and have they been materially changed or altered in any way?
No.
And Judge, at this time the state would tender State's Exhibits 111.1 through 111.144 and note that 111.117 was previously admitted through Deputy King.
All right. So, Mr. Berry, no objections except those we dealt with earlier, is that right?
That's correct, Judge. Thank you.
All right. 111.1 through 144 are admitted, except for those that I ruled on a little while ago.
We're going to pull these up and we will start with 111.1, and we've got some orienting slides throughout this. So we'll start with pictures starting at the J Hall bathroom. And can you just tell us, is that the relevant bathroom to this case that Colt was in?
Yes.
Okay. And this is starting with 111.1, and I'm just going to say the last part of the number. All of these are parts of State's Exhibit 111. So starting with 1, tell us what we're looking at.
This is just an exterior photograph of the bathroom.
And is that a bullet defect, on the right side of the bathroom sign?
Yes.
Okay. And going to 2?
This is making my way into the bathroom.
And next.
Again, continuing into the bathroom.
Okay, and that's 111.3. And next, and I know we've got some out of order, so I'll try to avoid saying the numbers, but so the next one, 4, what does that show?
That would be the first bathroom stall on the left when you enter the bathroom.
Okay, and the next one?
This is a close-up photograph of the hat and hall pass or office pass.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 112 and 113 continuous bag. And can you identify what this is for the jury?
Yes, this is a bag containing the blue and white in color hat that you see in the photograph, and also the media center and office pass. And then there was also a piece of paper on the floor, so it's also in this bag.
Okay. And can I have you open that bag? And I think you've got materials up there to do that, and show us that hat and tag. And Judge, at this time we would move to tender State's Exhibits 112, which is the hat, and 113, which is the badge.
And just so it's clear, these are not 111 point.
No, these are their own exhibits. Yes, sir.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, 112 and 113 are admitted.
All right, can you just hold up? I'll have you hold up the hat for the jury, and then after that, if you'll hold up the badge. And can you tell us what the writing on that badge says?
So it says Apalachee High School at the top, then it says Media Center / office, and then it says Hall J, room 2.151.
Okay. And what was the writing on that hat?
The writing on the hat says vendor.
Okay. Now going back to the pictures, if we can go to the next slide. This is 6, and what does that show?
This is a new student information paper.
And thank you. And then the next slide. So these next pictures will be from outside the bathroom going down J Hall to the classrooms of Miss Greer and Miss Ryan. If we can go to the next slide. So 7, what are we looking at here?
So we're looking at the exterior of the bathrooms and then also down J hallway.
Okay, and next is 8. And what do you see on this picture?
Now we're outside of Miss Greer's classroom and Mr. Ryan's classroom.
Okay, next is 9.
Again, we're outside of that classroom, making our way closer.
And what are those objects that you can see, at least in the foreground of that photo?
On the floor just outside of Miss Greer's classroom was a poster and a backpack.
Okay, and the next, this is 11.
This is just another photograph from a different angle outside of the classroom, both of those classrooms.
Okay, and in addition to what you identified previously, those blue gloves, are those from the crime scene or from medical personnel?
Those are probably from medical personnel.
Okay. And is that assumption just based on your knowledge, training, and experience with how these crime scenes are approached?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on, so they likely were trying to render aid to people and, trying to change gloves out.
Okay. And next, 12.
This is a shoe that was just outside of Miss Greer's classroom.
Okay, and is that the same shoe that we saw in the foreground of the previous picture?
Yes.
Okay. And 13.
This is a close-up photograph of the poster, and then there's also a crock that has blood on it.
Okay. And next. All right, so Miss Greer's classroom. Go to the next slide. Right, this is 14. What is this showing?
This is the area just outside of Miss Greer's classroom.
Okay. And next, 15.
That's an overall photograph from the doorway of Miss Greer's classroom.
Okay. And next. And so referencing Miss Ryan's classroom. So going to the next slide. 16.
So just outside of the door of Miss Ryan's classroom.
Okay. And next. 17.
This was taken from the doorway. It's showing the overall from the doorway and those defects that are in the whiteboard.
Okay. And this is inside Miss Ryan's classroom?
Correct.
Okay. Next. 19.
So this would be in the doorway looking down. So what you'll notice in this photograph is we have some evidence markers that are out, and then we have sticky notes on the ground. So this photograph was taken on day 2. What happened was day 1, we collected all of our evidence, and then in order to do a thorough search of the room and find additional cartridge cases, we had to move things out, but we wanted to still have a reference of where the evidence was from the previous day. So we utilized sticky notes to do that in place of those evidence markers.
Okay. And that's 19. Next is 18.
Just another overall of the classroom from a different angle.
All right. And next is 21.
Again, another kind of overall of the classroom from another corner showing evidence markers.
Okay, and that significant amount of blood that we see on the floor there, is that the same blood that we saw when you were coming into the room?
Correct.
Okay, and that's 21. Can we go to the next one? And this is 28.
Yeah, so evidence marker 28 was just inside of the doorway towards the left door jamb.
Okay, and next, or I'm sorry, can we go back to 28? What is that evidence marker 28 showing?
It's showing a cartridge case.
Okay. And next is 29.
Yeah, 29, 30, and 31 were also just inside of the doorway, but towards the right side, and they represent cartridge cases. You're going to hear me say cartridge case. It's the more formal term for a shell casing.
Okay. And next is 30.
Close-up of the cartridge case that was just underneath the desk.
Okay. Next is 22.
So this would be with the door closed. There were blood stains that were on the back of the door that we initially couldn't see when we first walked in until we closed the door.
Okay. And that's the door, the entrance to the classroom. Is that closed?
Correct.
Okay. Next, 23.
Just a close-up photograph of one of the blood stains on that wall.
And next, 24.
So this is a bullet defect. If you remember, evidence markers 30 and 31 were on the right side just as you enter, and so there was also a bullet defect in that area.
And then next,
This is a close-up of that defect.
okay, that's 25. And next, 27.
So just an overall of evidence markers 29, 31, and 32.
Okay. And we see that significant amount of blood up in the top corner. Is that same near the doorway that we're at?
Correct.
Okay. That was 27. The next, 26.
So the significant amount of...
Sorry, guys, I'm up and down, up and down. The AC tech is here, and we're trying to wrangle all the cats. He's in and out. I just got scratched up by Sid, poor thing. She in Super Ball's here. She's scared. She usually goes upstairs, but Sid was kind of caught in no man's land, and I tried to pick her up, and she just kind of scratched me. So if I'm in and out, it's because our AC tech is here. So I got to make sure our cats don't make it outside.
blood that was previously referenced would now be towards the bottom of the photo behind us, essentially, and now we're looking at other evidence markers in relation to that.
Okay, and next to that evidence marker 32, what is that?
A cartridge case.
Okay, and that was 26. Next is 31.
Close-up of cartridge case.
And next, 34.
These are cartridge cases that were either like under chairs that had been turned over or near desks.
Okay, and is that black object on the right side, is that a chair that's turned over?
Yeah, that was a chair that had flipped over.
Okay, and that was 34. Next is 35.
Cartridge case at evidence marker 38. I believe this is under a chair.
Okay, next is 36.
So this is an overall photograph of evidence markers just inside the room.
Okay, and is that like crocheting or knitting yarn that we see right there?
Yes.
Okay. That was 36. Next is 38.
Another photograph of evidence markers 28, 29, 31, and 32, all representing cartridge cases.
Okay, and again, is that door in that top corner, the front door to the classroom?
Correct.
All right, next is 37.
Just a closer photo of 35. There's another evidence marker that's just on the other side of the chair, which would be number 34. That's difficult to see from this photo.
Okay, and next is 32.
Yeah, so then there's evidence marker 34 identifying a cartridge case.
All right, next 33.
A close-up of evidence marker 35 identifying a cartridge case.
Next 39.
So an overall photograph of evidence markers, and there are some blood stains as well.
Next 41.
Overall photograph showing some of the cartridge cases that are underneath desks.
All right, next is 42.
Just a closer up photograph of those evidence markers.
Okay, and going back to 43.
So this would be, if you walk into the classroom and turn left, this would be that corner.
Okay, and is that screen in the top right corner, does that say clear touch?
Yes.
Okay, and that's 43. Next is 44.
There were bullet defects on that wall.
Okay, next 49.
That's a closer up photograph of some of those bullet defects.
Okay, and tell us about the measurements on the.
I'm sorry, I'm answering a question in chat. I forget who answered it because it's really crazy here right now. He brought 103 cartridges to school. He used there was at least 36. 67 were not used, so he brought 103 to school.
Those markers, what are those, inches, centimeters, what are those showing?
So typically we use centimeters. We refer to bullet defects and blood stains typically in millimeters or centimeters, preferably millimeters.
Thank you. That was 49. Next is 45.
This would be in the previous photo. If you are standing in the doorway of the classroom and you look left, we saw that podium, and these are blood stains that were on the podium and then also on the wall near that podium.
Okay. And next is 53.
So these are the bullet defects that we saw on that wall on the left side. If we continue along that wall, there's a whiteboard, and these are the bullet defects that are on the whiteboard, a little below the whiteboard, and then above that whiteboard.
And do you have a silver pointer that's up there?
Yes.
All right. And on this picture, I'm just going to have you on the screen behind you. Can you just point out, since it's kind of white on white, where all the bullet defects are that you see?
Okay. So any place that you see in what we call an L scale, it's an adhesive scale, any place that you see that represents a bullet defect. Some of them represent 2 bullet defects because they were so close together. It didn't make sense to try to finagle 2 scales. These dots are dots that were already on the whiteboard in whiteboard marker, probably drawn by the teacher or a student. So if there's not an L scale next to it, then it's not a bullet defect.
Thank you. And that was 53. We can go to the next one, 54. Is that same board?
Yes.
Okay. And just a little easier to see the
Yes.
defects there. Okay. And next. $55.
More photographs of the bullet defects.
Okay. Next is 56.
Additional bullet defects.
Okay. And 46.
So in this photograph, there's not a scale on this one. I think maybe the next photo, I know I have photos with it, but that's a defect in a desk.
Okay, and then can you point to it on the screen behind us? I think it's pretty visible, but I know it's obviously on black material. Okay, thank you. And next is 47.
Additional bullet defects on desk 21.
Okay. And next is 48.
A defect on desk 19.
All right. And next, I'm going to use this classroom seating chart. This was previously tendered as State's Exhibit. Okay, that's State's Exhibit 38. The desks we saw had numbers on them. Can you tell us which desks it were that had the bullet defects in them?
So that would be desk 19 had bullet defects, desk 21. Both of those in the photographs had the L scale, and then desk 9 was that first one that we saw that didn't have the L scale in that specific photograph.
Okay, thank you. All right, and we can go to the next slide. This is 50.
So if you're standing in the doorway and you're looking straight into the classroom, this is that wall. So there are bullet defects on the blinds and then bullet defects on the whiteboard on that wall.
Okay, and again, anywhere where we see an L scale, that indicates a defect?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Next. It's 51.
Just a closer up photograph of that. And as I mentioned before, especially on this whiteboard in particular, there were a couple of bullet defects represented by one L scale. Most of them are just one, but on this particular whiteboard, there were a couple of L scales that represented 2 bullet defects.
Okay, thank you. And next. was 52.
So we removed the whiteboard because some of the bullets went through the whiteboard, and so we were trying to recover any evidence possible. So we removed the whiteboard to see which ones went through, and this is that wall behind that whiteboard.
Okay, and we see the L scales down below the paper, but we see this large defect up on the top. Is that from a bullet?
It's likely from a bullet, yes.
Was that consistent with being
Yes.
from a bullet where the defects were in the board?
Correct.
All right, thank you. And that was 52. We can go to the next one, is 20.
So as I said before, day one, we did our initial search. We came back into this classroom on day two. We had to remove everything from the classroom to recover additional evidence and label the blood stain. So this is a photograph of us when we had taken everything out, and we have the evidence markers showing where the additional cartridge cases were.
And will you confirm? So before we go towards the next photographs, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 114. And can you just identify what this is?
Yes, this is the bag that contains the backpack that was at evidence marker 20.
Okay. And what is labeled as being inside of that bag?
This bag is labeled to contain the black and colored JanSport backpack, and within that backpack would have been a binder, miscellaneous school papers, a knife, a computer charger, a can of Remington oil.
Okay. And does it appear to be in the same condition as when it was packaged and put into evidence with the GBI?
Yes.
All right. And Judge, at this time we would tender State's Exhibit 114.
No, no, 114.
All right. So I'm going to have you open that up. And specifically, if I can have you, once you have that open, display for the jury the backpack as well as the oil and the knife. Can you tell us what brand of backpack that is based on the front of it?
JanSport.
Okay, and is this the backpack that was recovered? We saw in the photos a backpack that was with a white poster board outside of Miss Ryan and Miss Greer's classrooms?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your review of the crime scene and the evidence, is that consistent both in appearance and location as being the backpack that Colt Gray had with him that day?
Yes.
Okay. And then inside the backpack, if you could just display for the jury the oil and the knife. you just read what that is off the can?
Yes, it says Remington, and then it says Rem Oil Firearm Lubricant.
Okay.
I may have to step down for this.
I'm sorry?
I may have to step down.
Okay, that's fine. And I'll go ahead and ask you, I think it's pretty obvious, but was the knife in that packaging when it was recovered from the crime scene, or was that done by law enforcement?
I would have packaged the knife safely.
And if you want to go ahead and store that over on this table, you're welcome to do that. Thank you. Next, I'm going to show you what have been marked as State's Exhibits 109 and 115. I'm not going to have you open these up, but if you can just identify what these are.
Yes, so 109 is a brown paper bag containing 6 LC223 REM cartridge cases from room 2.152, which would be Miss Ryan's classroom.
Okay.
And then 115 is brown paper bag containing 18 223 cartridge cases.
Okay, and where were those recovered from?
Some of them were from room 2.152, which is Miss Ryan's classroom, and then some of them were from the hallway floor, close to where Mason was shot.
Okay. And those appear to be in the same condition and sealed as when you took them into evidence and put them into evidence with the GBI?
Yes, the only difference is they have the blue evidence tape showing that they've been to the firearms section for analysis.
Okay. And Judge, at this time we would tender State's Exhibits 109 and 115.
Here we are. 109 and 115 reviewed.
Okay. And here I can put it. And we're going to go back to some of the photographs. So we have our next photographs from when he shot towards Miss Iramy's classroom. If we can go to the next slide. This is 64. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So we're looking at evidence marker 14, which is kind of close to where Miss Iramy's classroom was.
Okay, and is that her classroom where we see her name up on the ceiling?
Yes.
Okay. And next.
This would be the outside of Miss Iramy's classroom.
Okay, and that's 65. And next is 66.
Just a close-up of the outside of her classroom.
Okay. Next.
So in this photograph, this is an overall of, there are actually 2 pieces of bullet jacket and I think lead core, so bullet defects that are just outside of her classroom.
Okay, and this is 63, and if you can show us on this photo where the defects are on the screen behind you. Thank you. We'll go to the next photo. 67.
Those are close-ups of those fragments.
Okay, and that's Miss Iramy's doorway?
Correct.
All right. And next, 68.
This is just outside of her classroom, looking down, kind of leading into her classroom.
Okay. Next, 69.
Looking down at the blood stains that are just inside of the doorway.
Next is 70.
So this would be an overall of part of her classroom.
All right. And we see, obviously, a significant amount of blood and a pink article of clothing. Is that where Miss Iramy was when she was first located by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And next.
Just another photograph of the blood stains.
Okay, that's 71. This is 72.
This would be her sweater.
All right, next. So this is just on eye haul. And we can go to the next slide. I halls where Coach Aspinwall and Coach Phoenix's classrooms were located. What are we looking at here in 144?
So where the green evidence markers are that's I hall. So we used yellow evidence markers on J hall and green evidence markers on I hall.
Okay. And how many markers do we see in that picture?
In this specific photograph, there are 11 evidence markers, and each one of them represents a cartridge case.
Okay. And go to the next one, 143.
So this is evidence marker 12 that represents a cartridge case that would have been just outside of our view in that last photograph on the left.
Okay, so is that 12 total cartridge cases that were recovered on I hall?
Yes.
Towards I hall. Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 2 and 3. And again, I'm not going to have you open this, but if you can identify what this is.
This is the bag containing those 12 223 cartridge cases from the evidence markers on I hall.
Okay, and again, does the evidence appear to be how you packaged it and in substantially the same condition as when it was placed into evidence?
Yes, this also has the crime lab firearms tape as well.
Okay. Judge, at this time we tender States Exhibit 203.
Any objection? No, no. All right, 203 is admitted.
Thank you. And we can go to the next slide. What are we looking at here?
Just an overall down the hallway, and you'll see Miss Lancaster's classroom on the right and Coach Aspinwall's room on the right as well.
Okay, so I know the evidence markers aren't there, but this is still I hall.
Correct.
Okay, and that was 73. We'll go next. 74.
So this is just outside of Coach Aspinwall's room. There are several bullet defects that are on the outside of his classroom.
Okay, we'll go next. 75.
These are just a close-up of some of those bullet defects.
Okay, and next. 76.
This is, again, just outside of his classroom.
Okay, and next. 77.
So that's the wall just outside of his classroom, and at this point we're now making our way down the hallway.
Okay, so that's Coach Aspinwall's classroom, that door on the right side.
Correct.
Okay, we'll go next. That's 78.
So these are the lockers that would be just past his classroom.
Okay, and are those defects where we see the white markers?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go next to 79.
This is a close-up of one of those bullet defects.
Okay, next is 80.
Close-up of one of those defects.
Okay, next. 81.
So in the right side of this photograph, you'll see the end of those same lockers, and now we are making our way further down the hallway, and there are bullet defects just outside of the science classroom.
Okay, next is 82.
This is a closer photograph of those defects.
Okay, next is 83.
A close-up of the one that's low on the door frame.
Okay, next is 87.
So Miss Yike's classroom was actually across the hall, so we're still continuing down the hall. So instead of being on the right side where you just observe those defects, we're now on the left side of the hallway, but we're still making our way down the hall.
Okay, and I'm actually going to have you, we've got the map of the classroom right there. If you want to look and show us where Miss Yike's classroom is in relation to Coach Aspinwall. I'm sorry, Brett.
So Coach Aspinwall's classroom is here, and some of the defects that you saw were further down the hallway, and now we're across the hall at Miss Yike's classroom.
Thank you. All right, and that was 87, and we'll go to the next one now. 88.
Those would be close-ups of those defects.
Okay, in Miss Yike's doorway.
Correct.
Okay. And next is 89.
And now we're continuing down the hall. We're on the same side of that hallway.
Okay. And are those each where we see numbers and or markers? Are those all bullet defects?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll go next. 90.
There's close-ups of the bullet defect.
Okay. Next is 91.
Another close-up of the bullet defect.
Okay, so can you tell us approximately the size of that defect?
It's bigger than 40 millimeters, so It's probably close to 50 millimeters in length.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one, is 86.
This is now the end of I hallway.
Okay. And is that wall, is that where I hallway intersects, kind of on the opposite end from J hall?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one. That's 84.
So this would now be the other hallway where I intersects on the opposite side.
Okay. And do you see a bullet defect in this picture?
Yes.
And could you show that to us on the screen behind you? Thank you. And that was 84, and we'll go to the next one, which is 85.
That's a close-up of that defect.
Okay. And we'll go next. All right, so looking at Mr. Phoenix and Miss Lancaster's classroom specifically, and we'll go to the next slide, is 92.
It would be just outside of Miss Lancaster's classroom.
Okay. Next.
Making our way into the classroom.
All right, and what do you observe on the floor here?
There are blood stains on the floor.
Okay, that was 93. We'll go next. It's 94.
So stepping inside of the classroom and photographing back out towards the door.
Okay, and that blood we see in the doorway, is that the same blood we were looking at before from the opposite direction?
Correct.
Okay, and we'll go next. Is 95.
And then this would be looking back out towards the door, the blood stains that are just inside the doorway.
Okay, and based on your review of the crime scene and evidence, is that area of blood consistent with where Mr. Phoenix fell after he was shot?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll go to the next slide. 96.
This is just looking back out towards the hallway.
Okay. And the next one. So now moving down to Coach Aspinwall's classroom. We'll go to the next slide. All right, 97, what are we looking at?
The area outside of his classroom.
Okay. And next, the 98.
The doorway immediately inside.
Okay. And that's going into Coach Aspinwall's classroom?
Correct.
Okay.
Now we're in the doorway photographing our way in.
Okay, and this is 99. And what do you observe on the floor here?
There are blood stains on the floor.
Okay. And we'll go next. This is 100.
So this would be the opposite corner from the doorway, looking back out.
Okay, and that blood that we see kind of in the middle of the photo here, is that same area of blood that we were seeing when you were coming in from the classroom?
Yes.
All right, and we'll go next. Is 101.
Just an overall photograph of that blood.
Okay, and based on your review of the crime scene and the evidence, where that blood is consistent with where Coach Aspinwall fell?
I believe, yeah, he fell kind of outside of the doorway. I don't know if he was even able himself to make it in. I think someone had to pull him into the classroom.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. Is 102.
Just an overall of those blood stains, and that's kind of why you see it streaky. That appears to be the drag marks.
Okay, and based on your knowledge, training, experience, is that consistent with somebody being dragged?
Yes, generally.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. So we're now going down J Hall to the area where Mason was killed. And we'll go to the next slide now. All right, so this is 7. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is back outside of the boys' bathroom.
Okay, so we've gone down the hall. Are we now coming back towards the hall, kind of like we saw in the Leica scan
Correct.
video? Okay. And we'll go to the next one. And this is 57. Is this that same boys' bathroom where Colt started?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you see in this photo?
There are bullet defects just outside of the boys' bathroom on that wall.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one. That's 59. And what do you see relevant in this photo?
So on the left side of this photograph, you see part of one of the bigger bullet defects, and then there's a piece of paper, and on the paper and on the wall, there were what appeared to be blood stains and potential body tissue.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. This is 60.
So this is the workroom area that's, if you're staring at the wall that we were just on outside of the boys' bathroom, this would be towards the right and somewhat across from Miss Irami's classroom.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one, 61.
So this was a paper that was hanging on the wall, like I said, just to the right of the boys' bathroom, and there was a bullet defect in that paper.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide, 62.
This, on the right side of this photograph, that's the workroom door, and there's a bullet defect just outside of that door.
Okay. And we'll go next is 103. What are we looking at here?
So from where this photograph was taken, I was standing on K Hall, so the intersection of J and K, and I'm looking at the evidence markers that are just outside of classroom 2.141 and near the lockers and the blood where Mason was found.
Okay, so we see this blood on the left side of the photo. Is that where Mason's body was when law enforcement arrived?
Yes.
All right, and we see, we'll show closer pictures, but that black object with the evidence markers on the right side of the photo, is that approximately where Colt surrendered to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll go to the next photo. Are we looking, I apologize, are we looking from K Hall on that picture?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next one. And this is 104.
So this is a cartridge case at evidence marker 9, which was near Mason's body.
Okay, and I believe was that cartridge case in one of the previous exhibits that had the cartridge cases from Miss Ryan's classroom?
Well, yes, it would have been in with the cartridge cases from Miss Ryan's classroom.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha, thank you. And was that recovered very close to Mason's body?
Yes.
Okay. And now going to where Colt was apprehended at the intersection of J and I Hall. And I believe that's actually J and K Hall, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll go to the next slide here. This is 105, and what are we looking at here?
So in the bottom left corner, we're looking at evidence marker 1, which represented a glove, a yellow glove. And then further down, we're looking at the rest of the evidence markers.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, 106. And what does that show?
One of the yellow gloves.
Okay, and is that an external door here on the left?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go to the next one, 107. What do we see here?
So that would be the gun and the magazines and some other items that were around the gun prior to me putting out the evidence markers.
Okay, and the next slide is 108. And what do you see in this photo?
Just a closer photograph of those items.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 116 and 117. Can you just identify for?
All right, this is where they get into showing. She stands up and she shows the firearm, so I'm not even going to mess with it. I'm just going to pull. She's almost done anyway, so I'm actually going to put on another testimony because our AC tech is here, and I don't want to be interrupted talking to him, and all of a sudden a firearm is shown.
It's taken.
Okay.
So I'm just going to switch over to another testimony and play it safe. All right. So this is Dan Miller. Let me pull him up. He is the one that went to interview Colt and Colin the year before. So this is all right. So this was and then this is going to roll into the caseworkers, the DFACS people. So I want to watch that as well. All right.
State calls Daniel Miller.
you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony you give the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, have a seat, please. If you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Miller, Deputy Investigator with Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long have you worked with Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
In total, 18 years.
Okay, and what are your duties as an investigator?
Receiving reports from patrol of crimes committed and investigating those crimes further when a conclusion can't be brought to right when the report is taken.
Okay, and how long have you been an investigator?
Oh gosh, since 2017. I'm sorry, my math's not mathing today.
That's fine. Take your attention back to 2023, specifically May of that year. Were you an investigator with Jackson County Sheriff's Office at that time?
I was.
Okay. Now I want to take your attention specifically to May 21st of 2023. Did you get information from your supervisor about an FBI tip?
I did.
Tell me the circumstances of that.
It was a weekend, as I recall, and I was the on-call investigator. So each week, the sheriff's office has a different investigator fulfill on-call duties. So if a call comes out after hours that investigations has to respond to, that particular investigator will respond to that call. This was a Sunday, I believe, and I received a phone call from my supervisor informing me of the tip.
Okay. Did he send you the tip or show you the tip or just tell you?
He did email it to me, but I wasn't able to. The only way I had to look at it was my county cell phone at the time.
Okay.
We had a way to log into our computers that I'm not the most technically savvy person in the world, so I wasn't familiar how to do that on a laptop. Nevertheless, I wasn't able to open that particular attachment in the email.
Okay. Did he verbally tell you what the tip was about?
He did.
Okay. What did he tell you about this tip?
Just that the FBI had received a tip.
Okay, hang on. Sorry, here a second. What's your response?
No, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's just information that he got that he then used to follow up with. He's going to actually go speak with the defendant about this tip, and so his information that he had is what he's using to speak with Mr. Gray. So it's just to show
Not being offered to prove that the information in the tip is true.
Correct. We don't know if it is or not.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to overrule the hearsay objection. Understand that the value here is just that essentially the words were said or the tip contained information. It's not to prove that the content of the tip is true. Okay? Go ahead.
So what was your knowledge? What were you told before?
My knowledge was the address and possible name.
Okay.
And forgive me, I can't remember if it was Colt Gray or Colin Gray. One of those names came up referencing a person making a threat to shoot up a school.
Okay. And how was this threat communicated?
Through an app called Discord. It's like a gaming app, I guess gamers use it to communicate and do various other things. I'm not that familiar with it. I have heard of it. Okay. And at the time, I wasn't really all that familiar with it either.
Okay. So your information was that a tip came over that a user on Discord
Correct.
had made a threat to do what?
To shoot up a school.
Okay. And what are you getting as far as a name and an address? What's that tied to?
So that came from my supervisor. He said, go to this address and speak to this person. There was a possible threat made to shoot up the school. I can only assume he saw the tip, but I don't know. I can't say that with a definitive answer, but he told me the address, go here, there's a threat made to shoot up a school, and see what you can gather.
Okay. And did you go to that address?
I did.
Okay. Did anyone go with you?
Deputy Justin Elliott.
Okay. Do you remember the address that you went to?
Not off the top of my head. It's Rice Creek Court, I believe. I don't recall the exact numbers.
Okay. And did you approach the residence?
I did. We went, knocked on the door, and a couple juveniles answered. And
Male or female?
Female.
Okay.
And common practice is if juvenile answers the door, we absolutely do not go in. We contacted parents and kind of explained why we were there. And the father, whose name escapes me at the moment, Frank Rundell, informed us that They had lived there.
Called him by phone or?
Yes, I had the juveniles call him by phone.
Okay.
And he informed us that he used to have a Discord account, but he doesn't use it anymore. He used it for like fantasy football. And that wasn't the name that was associated with the tip. So I just kind of ran it down as far as much information as I could get at the time. He said something to the effect that he did have a gun, but it was locked in a safe, and that the children.
Did you ask him about a gun?
I did.
Okay.
Said it was locked in a safe, and that the kids did not have access to it. But then he went on to say that the previous tenant got evicted from that address, I believe 3 months prior, and that they still were getting mail. So they had some of that mail there. One of the juveniles gave it to us. That's where we got the name from.
And what name was on the mail?
Colin Gray.
Did it have a different address?
Not on the mail, no.
Oh, that's right, because it went to that house. That makes
Correct,
sense.
yeah.
Sorry. At some point, did you find out where Colin Gray lived?
Yes. Deputy Elliott, I think he'd had dealings with them before. I can't say specifically. He was the one that was able to figure out the new address, the Rivermiss Circle address.
Oh, I'm sorry, what's that address?
954 Rivermiss Circle.
Okay, and did you go to that address?
We did.
Is this all on the same day?
It was.
Okay, and what happened when you got to that address?
Colin answered the door, and we proceeded to inform them while we were there that there was a threat made to shoot up a school, and that the tip came from the FBI, and that the IP address for that tip came back to an IP address for Colin.
Okay. Are you a computer expert?
I am absolutely not.
Do you have a general idea of what an IP address is?
A very layman's idea, yes.
Okay, and what is that?
It's Internet Protocol, I think, is what that stands for. It basically, everybody's internet address, they have a specific address for their Wi-Fi router. That's about the extent of my knowledge.
Okay, and that IP address from the tip came back to Colin Gray?
According to the information that I was given.
Okay, and you told that to Mr. Gray here?
Yes.
Okay, what else did you tell him?
That there had been a threat to shoot up a school, and that it came from a Discord account that was connected to Colt. So we then asked to speak with Colt, and he allowed us to. And based on what I had at that point, so when I approach these sorts of cases, I'm very leery about, I don't push my way into people's homes. You might hear that from people sometimes. I allow them to dictate sort of what our interaction is going to be, so I know how I kind of need to respond. Mm-hmm. And I may even have asked them, I don't recall. Typically, I will ask people, do you want to speak inside or you want to speak outside? Nevertheless, he stepped outside, and that's where we spoke.
Okay. And did you speak with Colt outside also?
I did. He had went and got Colt and brought him outside.
And when you spoke to Colt, was that in Colin Gray's presence?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Colt Gray tell you?
That he denied making the threat and said that he used to have a Discord account, but that he had stopped using it because people were hacking it, which in my mind wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. Again, I'm not a computer or digital forensics expert, so that seemed like a logical explanation why you would stop using such an account.
Did you talk to Colin about whether or not Colt had access to firearms?
Yes, I did.
And what did he tell you?
He said they do have guns in the house. I believe he said they were not locked away, but that the ammunition was separated. Okay. And that he didn't have, I think I referred to it as unfettered access. I don't think those were his words.
Okay. So we're saying Colt didn't have unfettered access?
Correct.
Okay. Was anyone wearing a body cam at that time? Deputy
Elliott was.
Okay. Was this interaction recorded on that body cam?
It was.
And have you had a chance to review that body cam since?
Yes, I have.
And there been any additions, deletions, or any changes to it?
No, not to my knowledge.
Does it fairly and accurately portray the conversations between you and the defendant and Colt Gray?
Yes.
Okay. All right, this time I tender state exhibits number 137 into evidence. It's actually in two parts, point 137.1 and 137.2. When it was digitally sent to us, the video came in two parts.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. As I understand, he's going to play the whole video, but playing it in two parts.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
137.1.
And Your Honor, for the record, there's a part where Investigator Miller and the defendant step away from the camera, leaving Deputy Elliott and Colt. They do talk. It's mostly just small talk about nothing. I want to play straight through so it shows the time that they're away and the time of the entire encounter.
Any issue there?
No objection to that.
Okay. Your Honor, the first clip is 15 minutes and the second clip is 4 minutes. And is this you here?
It is.
Okay.
Colin, you want to step out where you can talk real quick? You know what this is? So we got a tip from the FBI saying that somebody from your old address, over there in Traditions, they made a threat to shoot at school.
Your Honor, it's pretty low.
Your name was associated with that address, and you weren't living there.
All right, say that again, I'm sorry.
It's very low. I don't know if the jury can hear it or not.
I think it's high, but we can get it, Your Honor.
Yeah, we're at highest volume for the computer.
All right, if you want to, can you back it up 10 seconds or so, and then I've got on my video volume as high as I can get it.
Colin? I am. You want to step out where you can talk real quick? You know what this is? So we got a tip from the FBI saying that somebody from your old address, over there in Traditions, they made a threat to shoot at school. For real? Yes, sir. And your name was associated with that address. So we went over to that address and you weren't living there, so we got to work this up here. Let me get dressed. Sure.
And we're going to fast forward a little bit until he comes back out.
Right.
The timestamp here is 43 seconds. And we're starting it back up at 2 minutes, 8 seconds.
That's all. Started, got up, watched the golf tournament, and sat back down. That was it. So what? Tell me what. You have any kids or anything with you? Yeah, Colt Gray. He's old? Yeah, Colt. He's my oldest son. How old is he? He's 13. So play a lot of video games and stuff? Yeah. Right all the time. Is he here right now? Yeah. You think that's something you might have? I'd damn sure want to know. Can you talk to him? Yeah, absolutely. Now look, he gonna get all red-faced when you talk to him. Just calm, all right? So let me give you a backstory. So we lived over at Traditions. I went to work one day on sole provider, doing high rises downtown. So I get a call from one of y'all, like. So my family's in law enforcement. So when I get the call, I think the officer's name. Turns out, nicest guy like ever. He's like, I just want to let you know I'm at your house. I'm like, for what? He said, y'all have been evicted. I'm like, no, I just paid rent. He's like, no. He's like, I'm going to stay here till you get here. So I drove all the way out. All my shit's in front of me. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, just let you know, this is what's going on. There's people standing there with trailers and shit. I'm like, what are they doing? He's like, they're going to get your stuff out in 24 hours. Is that right? I don't even know why y'all are here. So So long story short, I'm like, trying to figure out what's going on with my wife. She's in the house. So we split. Long story short, for obvious reasons. She took my younger two and went back home with mom. Colt and I rented the house and we came here. So we've been good, like no problems. He struggled at first with the separation, all school was kind of so. So I've been up at school countless times just tracking with it. You know, like, hey, make sure you're good. They understand what's going on. He goes to Jefferson Middle School. So he's been doing really good. Like, you know, in the beginning he kind of struggled a little bit, but
let me ask you this: do you have weapons in the house?
I do.
Accessible to him?
They are. I mean, there's nothing loaded, but they are. We actually do a lot of shooting. We do a lot of deer hunting. He shot his first deer this year. You know, so like I'm pretty much in shock, to be honest with you.
Well,
I'm a little pissed off, to be even really honest with you, if that is what was said. But
well,
we've been up to school for so many times now.
The information I got was sort of incomplete. I don't know how old it is. And like I said, the original complaint went to your other address, or your previous address, and that's where we just came from.
Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't.
I don't know. And so we ran your, I had your name, date of birth, so that's how we got his address. So,
I mean, I swear to God, we've been up to school. I've been up to school, like, I'm on first name, but I just was up there 3 days ago for his finals, talking to the principal, like, look, make sure Colt's good. He gets flustered and under pressure. He doesn't really think straight. And we just, you know, just kind of put your arms around him, get him through 7th grade. I just want to make sure he's good. Like, I mean, we're up there all the time talking to school. If you talk to that school, they'll know exactly who I am. I'll say that. I mean, because I'm up there that much, you know?
checking in on.
Yeah, I just want to make sure he's good. So I'm a little taken back by the whole thing, but I can tell you this, I take that very serious, and so does he, as a matter of fact. You know, he's...
Say his first name's Colt?
Colt, C-O-L-T, yes, sir.
I mean, all I can do is ask him.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Yeah, I want you to talk to him and just tell him. Like, I don't know anything about him saying shit like that. I'm gonna be mad as hell if he did. And then all the guns will go away. And they won't be accessible. You know, I'm trying to be honest with you, I'm trying to teach him about firearms and safety and how to do it all and get him interested in the outdoors. Like on my phone.
He can get away from those video games.
Exactly right. That's the God honest truth. And the picture on my phone is him with blood on his cheeks from shooting his first deer. It's just the greatest day ever. So he knows the seriousness of weapons and what they can do and how to use them and not use them. So it's kind of a little bit of a shock. So in whatever y'all tell him, please instill in him that if this is whatever or wherever this is coming from, this is no joke. Like, it's no joke.
Well, we wouldn't either if it was.
No, I know. And I'm telling you right now, we talk about it quite a bit. All the school shootings, things that happen.
Yeah,
all there. You getting picked on at school. He is. He's getting picked on at school. And is everything okay? That's why I keep going up there. You know, because you never really know. And I don't want anything to happen to him. So, yeah. You know,
all right, well, if you want to grab them?
Yeah, I'll talk to
Or
him.
we can go in.
Sounds like cool.
That's the worst part about it. I don't remember.
One information.
These are good dudes. Just put their
Hey, Cole, what's going on, bud? So did Dad kind of explain everything to you?
Said something about shooting up the school. You know,
say something about school shooting?
Never, I just told them, maybe they misheard somebody else, I never said I was direct.
You never ever said.
No, I swear.
Do you use Discord?
Discord?
Yes, sir.
I used to.
When's the last time you used it?
Not that long, but. 2 months ago.
Really?
Was it at Traditions or was it here?
No, it was a tradition because in that Discord account that I had to delete it before.
Before you do?
Yeah, because I think it got like, it meant cash report or something. Like I got put on it.
Have you heard anybody on Discord when you were using it say something like that? Remember?
Like at that time?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think I ever had anybody that.
Never. And I mean, I'm not trying to get anybody pinned up, but like, this is some serious stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, he knows how serious this is, trust me.
'Cause I hate to, you know, my boss was leaving, like, you know, I don't know how old this information is, and I'm gonna wait till Monday to follow up. I was like, no, I gotta do it now, because
So would we.
God forbid something happened, I didn't have my job, but I feel pretty bad about this, so I just want to make sure you understand that if something like that happened, or you hear something like that, or tell their dad, tell
like I told him, I promise I would never say something.
So you haven't used Discord in a few months, and you're saying you didn't say anything about it?
No, the only thing I have is TikTok, but I just go around there and watch videos.
All right, well, fair enough.
What's your birthday?
January 14th, 2007.
He's just gonna do a little report saying that,
We talked.
we've done reference to this, and that we talked, and we're saying that we didn't say anything like that. I gotta take you at your word, and I hope you're being honest with me. I'm not saying you're lying, but it's
a serious thing.
It's not unusual for people to lie to police.
He's surveyed.
Hey, Colin, what's a good phone number for you, sir?
It's 706
706
590.
59.
It's a new number. I think it's 2876. We'll get it to
That's what we're doing. About ready to get done with it?
I already finished, yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
When was your last day?
Wednesday, Sunday, so Friday.
Right. What grade you going into? Eighth grade, almost high school, man. The last 4 years, really, the last 4 years is what matters. Get them good grades, man. Set you up for this.
590-2768.
590-2768.
Yes, sir. 590-2768. Yeah, so look, and you know, welcoming time. We take it like dead serious around here, and I just want to make sure that I even feel better if you do find out what or where. Like, can somebody let us know? Sure. He's going to be full of anxiety until this gets resolved.
Jackson Middle? Okay. Is things a lot better now?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. That's good.
Let me grab you. Can I walk through your grass on that car?
Were you getting bullied over there at West Jackson Middle?
That's the thing, I wasn't back there.
Oh, yeah. Now, look, be honest with him about that.
Yeah.
Now in middle school, I told him you were now, and that's
Getting switched out halfway through the school year? Being the new guy?
Yeah, being that quiet, we moved like 6 times already.
Well, my dad was a logger and grew up in the military. We moved a lot when I was a kid.
But at the high school, surprisingly, I wasn't that fruitless. Like I didn't necessarily have a reason that I would say no.
No. Well, there's always somebody you can talk to if you need to.
Yeah.
School resource counselors.
Yeah, and I do talk to them. I talk to the counselor quite often.
Okay.
Just, whatever. Update her on, just tell them how
Yeah, start looking out and making goals for yourself.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You interested in anything?
I'll do philosopher on
A what?
a philosopher.
A philosopher.
Yeah. It's kind of what out there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do what you enjoy. I mean, I did 20 years in the military. You don't have to settle on just one thing. I did 20 years in the military, retired from that, and been doing this for 7. So You don't have to fit everything inside the box.
Yeah, the money parents up.
Yeah. We got guys at the sheriff's office that are full-time plumbers, full-time police officers. And, do what pays the bills, do what they enjoy. But everything's going good.
Yeah, now we have.
That's good. You got a phone?
My phone, yeah, I have a number.
What's your phone number?
Like I said, I changed my phone number.
Alright. Dad said you went deer hunting for the first time this past year. What'd you get? Three-pointer? Fork on one side and one on a prong on the other? Or?
It was one side and two.
Yeah. Yeah, fork on one side and one on the other. Spike?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait for point 2, Your Honor. Okay.
I've seen more one antler deer this year than any other time in my life. Out there in rut and breaking off an antler. Run around with just one set of antlers.
All right. Well, look, Colin, I appreciate it. Your dad got my card. If anything, if you hear anything, tell your dad that he's got my number. You got to ask him for one.
It's serious. He knows how serious it is, and he'll, like I said, we'll have a long conversation here in just a little bit. It's something, very traumatic thing that we and I both went through. Now he was at school, I was at work, come home, and I mean every ounce of what we had was under tarps and sitting in that yard. You saw it. You saw the clientele, the neighbors that lived there. It's like fully embarrassing. So it was very traumatic for both of us, and living here, just us, is like dust is finally settled. He's making good grades, so
That's good. We'll keep that up. That's important.
we'll start talking about traditions in West Jackson and just see if something jogs his memory like that. But certainly we'd like to know if something. If you do find,
Well, my thing is this, so more than likely they track the IP address.
Okay.
And that's why we went to that address.
Okay.
Because the IP addresses are usually location specific.
Yeah.
Within an area, so if it came from that house, then either somebody there's lying, or the information's just so old,
yeah,
and, maybe it was something he heard or did on Discord months ago. I don't know. I have no idea.
okay,
But he's telling me he didn't. He's telling me he can't remember anything like that.
Yeah.
I take that at your word. But if you look me in the eye and tell me that's what you're telling me, I got no choice but to take your word right now. But like I was telling your dad, if I find out otherwise, man, it's a different story. But
it's a really different story. Okay.
got any questions?
No, sir.
You have any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Now, go to the rest of your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, sir.
You got me safe.
Good luck to you.
So there was a part there where you stepped away from with Colin. Where did y'all go?
I think we went to my car to grab a card,
Okay.
like one of my business cards.
And did you have any further conversation with him there?
I did. I honestly couldn't tell you what was said.
Okay.
Unless it's in the report somewhere.
Okay. Did you write a report about that also?
I did.
Okay. Did you write your report in close in time to when it happened?
It was that. I think it was that Monday.
I say. So you either wrote it that day or the Monday? Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it was an ongoing report. It wasn't all done at one time.
Okay. I'm going to show you Mark State Snippets number 138. Do you have a copy of your report?
I do.
Oh, okay. That's what I was going to show you. And I'll keep this copy. You have your copy. These reports that you wrote it contemporaneous, you said either that day or the next day?
Correct.
Okay, and the purpose of writing the report, what is that?
Document everything that went on, everything you can remember, whether it be something you were thinking at the time or something, maybe you smelled something weird at the time.
In case you have to testify about it 3 years later?
Correct.
Okay. Is it reflected in your report what you talked with Colin about?
Honestly, I'd have to go through it. I believe there are some instances where it is, yes.
All right. Specifically, I'm looking at the top of page 2.
Okay.
So at this point, had you been able to view the tip?
No, only it was an attachment in an email. That was as far as I could get with it.
Did you give any instructions to Colin before you left?
As a matter of protocol, whenever something like this comes up, I typically tell people, especially when there's some kind of threat of a shooting, I tell them if you have any guns in the house, make sure the kids can't get to them. Obviously, people have a right to their Second Amendment. I can't tell him, I can't force him to lock guns in a safe or do anything like that without some specific court order telling me to enforce that. But just as a matter of protocol, whenever there's a threat involving guns, we tell parents, probably put your guns away, lock them up where your kids can't get at them. That's just good common sense, I think.
And does it reflect in your report that you did that with Colin?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also advise him about Colt in school? Any things that should be done with that?
I advised him to keep Colt out of school until we could resolve the matter.
And how did he respond?
Fortunately, school had already been excused for the year.
Okay.
So there wasn't really any concern of him going back to school that year.
Okay. So school had already ended?
Correct.
Okay. On May 23rd, so 2 days later, were you able to open the tip?
Yes.
And did you review it at that time?
I did.
Okay. And where was the source of information in the tip coming from?
It's a very good question. There was several different sources, it appeared. Palmdale, California, City of Cockburn in Western Australia, and Los Angeles, California.
And what was the Discord user's name associated with?
Let's see. I remember seeing it on here somewhere. So I know that I have the email. I don't know that
There wasn't like a username?
I don't know that I recorded it or not. And if I did,
do you have a copy of the tip with you?
It's probably in this case file, yes. So I'd have to dig through and find it. Actually, you know what? I think it's on this disc. I don't think I ever printed it out.
Okay. Let me show you what I'm marking as exhibit number 208 for reference purposes. See if you recognize what that is.
This appears to be the tip that I'd received.
Okay, and on page 7 of that tip, does it refresh your recollection as to what the Discord username was?
You may have to point it out to me.
It's a little dense, isn't it?
Oh, there it is right there.
Okay.
I was looking through this highlighted part.
Okay.
Exclamation, you want me to read it out?
Sure.
Exclamation point, FBOM, pound or hashtag, depending on your generation, 0703.
Okay. And was that account tied to anyone?
I believe it was tied to Colt.
Okay. And was there a phone number on there that came back to someone?
Yes.
And where did that come back to?
It looked like it came out of LaGrange, Georgia.
Now, did you, after that initial interview or encounter on the 21st, did you then also have a follow-up phone call with Colin?
I did.
Okay, and when was that?
I believe it was the next day.
Okay. And what did he tell you on that?
It may have even been the same day.
What did Colin tell you on that phone call?
I'd informed him of the email address that was associated with that account, and he said he didn't know who that was. The user who had actually made the threat, the name was written in Russian, and I asked him if Colt knew Russian, sort of taking a stab in the dark there, and he said he didn't know Russian, and said he doesn't know anybody in LaGrange. I had called LaGrange, I don't remember if it was like a police department or a sheriff's office. Anyways, I'd given them the phone number and asked them to track it down and see if they could figure out who this person was. They were able to make contact with somebody down there, and I think the phone number had since been reassigned to somebody else, and it was no longer the person that was living at that address.
Were you able to substantiate the case at all?
I was not.
Okay. Did Colin tell you anything about his conversation with Colt about on the phone?
He did. See if I can find it.
I believe it's on page 4 of your report. The last paragraph.
He spoke to Colt about his Discord account, and Colt told him that it had been hacked, so he stopped, or he deleted it. Because they didn't want anybody to use that account for nefarious purposes, is what I wrote. So I urged Colin to take necessary precautions to secure his son's personal information, like social security numbers, things like that, because a lot of times kids are unwitting and will offer information to people. So I just told him, you can go on and put a freeze on somebody's social security number so nobody can open an account or anything like that.
And is that all the involvement you had with the case?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is it Deputy Miller? Is that right?
You can refer to me as Danny. I'm not a stickler for decorum.
Okay. You indicated to us, and I think we saw the movie, that you and another officer went over specifically to ask Colt if he were the one that was involved in this parent email or text or something that had come through on the internet. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you familiar at all with the dark web? Do you know what that is?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. Did you ask Colt if he was involved in the dark web, if he got on it, knew what it was, or anything
It didn't really occur to me.
Okay. But you knew that this Discord was a part, could be a part of that dark web network.
I wouldn't say I knew that, no.
Okay. Were you given any information about how this threat was communicated, other than the fact that it came up over the internet?
Can you be more specific?
I mean, how was it communicated? Was it just something put out on the internet, or was it directed to a particular person?
I believe it was like a chat room.
Chat room.
My understanding of Discord is it's like a group chat. There's often many people that are within this chat room.
Okay.
And they just have conversations. And initially, I think it was supposed to start out as a gaming platform where people could talk about their video games and how build strategies or whatever.
Okay. And Mr. Colin Gray, when he came to the door, he indicated to you that certainly he would cooperate with you.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he went and got his son immediately.
Correct.
Brought his son out. Gave you the opportunity to talk with him about whatever you wanted to talk with him about. Did he ever tell you, I don't want you to talk to him anymore?
Not that I recall, no.
Did he ever tell you you can't come back and talk with him at any time?
No, sir.
So when you began to talk with Colt, you asked him about whether he had made this threat, and he said, no, I swear I didn't. Right? And you talked to him a little while longer. And at the end, you indicated that you didn't believe he was the one that made the threat. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And his father, from what we saw on the video, indicated to you, if you believe this, all the guns in the house are gone. Isn't that what he said to you?
Maybe. I don't remember him saying that. Is that what was in the video?
Okay. If it's in the video, then you...
That's fair. That's a fair assumption, yeah.
And he also said, I'd like for you to follow up with me and let me know if there's anything else I need to know about this situation. He wanted you to follow up with him, correct? After the conversation that you had with him the next day, did you ever follow up with him again?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't remember.
All right. But you don't have any records, any information that you talk with him again?
No.
And the conversation that you had with him the next day, was it recorded?
I believe so. I usually recorded my phone calls.
Okay. And I think you indicated that it's protocol that you normally say you need to watch your guns if there's a threat, especially now if school's going on, and you need to keep him out of school until we figure out whether this is true or not. Correct? But then you found out school was over.
Correct.
And you didn't find out that actually the threat was going on because you never got back with him. Right?
I'm not sure.
You never got back with Mr. Colin Gray and told him that we found out anything else.
After the phone call?
After that second phone call,
I believe I told him that I wasn't able to substantiate the case at that point.
Okay.
And that it wouldn't go any further.
So at that point,
wasn't any need to follow up after that.
Sure. At that point, you were not able to substantiate anything. At that point, the case went away.
Correct.
And nobody ever called him again.
Correct.
And you saw on the video, I don't think you were there, but Colt was talking with the other officer about deer hunting. about shooting his first deer. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that Colin or Colt had indicated you that they bonded by hunting together? Do you know?
He had indicated that he was trying to get him interested in outdoors and involved with some sort of outdoor sports. Whether or not that was a bonding moment, I can't speak to what their relationship was like, but one could assume as much, yes.
Okay. Well, when you had a conversation with him outside of the view and sound of the camera, did he indicate to you, and that's Colin Gray, that they bonded that way, that they went hunting together?
Honestly, without hearing a recording, that conversation was 2.5 years
It's been
ago.
a day or two.
I can't recall. I apologize.
No problem. And Colin Gray also indicated in that video that we saw that this is no joke. You know, I want to know. Mm-hmm. Do you remember him saying that?
I do.
You said that apparently this website, there's some indication that there was some Russian wording in it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that came through the Discord?
Yes.
Did you ask Colin Gray if you could take the computer that Colt had and check it to see if there was anything in it?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Colin Gray indicate to you that he didn't know anything much about computers?
Maybe, I don't recall.
Okay. I don't think I have anything further. Thank you.
Can you rewrite? Yes, sir. Just think about, have you ever met Colt before?
No, sir.
Did you ever spend any time with him?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know anything about his history?
I did not.
Okay. When you were talking to Colin Gray, did he mention anything to you about 2 years before the police coming to his house?
No.
Okay. Did he mention anything about Colt searching how to kill your dad on the computer?
No.
Okay. Did he say anything about his time at West Jackson Middle School, where Colt got in-school suspension 3 times in his first 3 months there?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Did you say anything about when he was at Jefferson High School that school year that he had missed 25 days of unexcused absences?
No.
Did he talk about that at that school year at Jefferson Middle School that he had actually vandalized the bathroom in Jefferson?
No, he did not.
So he didn't tell you any of this history of Colt that you might be able to better understand?
No, sir.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor?
Because you were not there to interview him about truancy, right?
About truancy?
Right, about missing school.
No, sir.
You were not there to ask him about whether or not his son had ever done anything at school bad.
No, sir.
You were not there to find out whether Mr. Gray was divorced, not divorced, at what point Colt lived with his mother, not lived with his mother. These were not things that you wanted to find out at that point, was it?
Not particularly, no.
Okay, because you came there for one specific thing.
Yes, sir.
And if you wanted to ask Mr. Colin Gray about any of these other things, you could have asked him. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You be excused. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Gary.
Stay calm, please.
Let's call Kayla Anderson in the stand. raise your right hand, please. For the testimony you give, matter now pending before this court be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself for the jury, please.
Hi, I'm Michaela Anderson.
And if you could spell your name for the court reporter.
Mykayyla. Anderson, Anderson.
Miss Anderson, where do you work?
I did work at Jackson County DFACS.
Oh, okay, so you're no longer with Jackson County DFACS?
I'm not.
Okay. When you were with Jackson County DFACS, what was your title there? What did you do?
I was the family preservation case manager, and in that unit, we would monitor the families, link them with resources, services, and provide overall support.
Okay. And how long did you work in that capacity at DFACS?
For 3 years.
Okay. And I want to take your attention back to the spring of 2023. Were you also working at DFACS in that capacity at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working a case involving Colt Gray?
I was.
Okay. And do you remember the case number for that case?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you do a contact log, or is it part of DFACS's policy to have a contact log so that whenever you do something with your work that you would record it in this log for purposes of bringing it up later?
Yes.
Okay. Would that log have the case number on it?
It would.
Okay. I want to show you March 6th, number 201. See if you recognize that.
Yes.
Is that, would you recognize
yes.
that?
I'm sorry, yes.
And what is that?
This is our log of contacts that we can access through our system where we document our notes.
Okay. And is that the one that pertains to Colt Gray?
Yes.
And what is the case number for that?
1853-1601.
Okay. And what was the background for this case? Why was DFACS involved?
To my knowledge, Mom and Dad had some issues going on, and Mom had moved to another county, and so I kept up with Dad since he was in my county.
Okay. So Mom and some other kids are in one county, and Dad and Colt are in Jackson County?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your job to monitor Colt?
Yes.
And what are you monitoring for?
Just, I guess, the well-being of the child, their safety, since the safety issues was with Mom and Dad, just making sure they're still safe since they had an open case.
Okay.
Or
is there,
still safe, sorry.
Okay. And is there certain things you're specifically looking for?
Yes. Education, making sure there's no neglect there. Medical, family, stuff like that.
Okay. And did you go to, how often would you check on Colt?
Monthly, once a month.
Once a month. And by checking on Colt, what would you do?
Go to their home. I have to lay eyes on them. Just go to their home. Is that what you're asking? Or
sure, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And so when did you first do that? When was your first contact?
My first visit with them was March 9th, 2023.
Okay. And what I've given you, which is states 201, is that the contact narrative from that day?
It is.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect what you were doing on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you meet with on that day?
I only was able to meet with Mr. Colin Gray.
Okay. And was this, where was this?
At his house.
Okay. And did you speak with him face to face?
I did.
Okay. Was this an announced visit? Did he know you were coming?
No, it was unannounced, and typically every visit was unannounced. But for our first visit, I didn't have any working numbers, so I had to show up unannounced.
Okay. And what happened when you got there?
I introduced myself. I explained that I was with DFACS and that I had to see him and his son monthly. He told me that he already talked to another case manager and did not want to speak with me. So I just asked if we can just exchange numbers, which we did.
Okay. And was that the end of the contact on that day?
Yes.
And that, again, was what day?
March 9th, 2023.
Okay. This time I tender states that number 201 into evidence.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, that's what I just showed you. But
Oh, that's fine then.
No objection?
No objection.
201's admitted.
Okay. And when was your next? When was your next contact?
April 12th, 2023.
Okay. And again, where was this?
At his residence.
Okay. And who did you speak with?
At this visit, I was able to speak with Colin and Colt.
Okay. And what did Colin tell you about how things were going?
Mr. Collins said that his son was doing fine. He doesn't really get in trouble. He said that Colt is shy and his behavior has been much better since his mom's been gone.
Well, let me do this. Show you State Exhibit 201.1. Is that a copy of your contact log?
Yes.
And does it accurately reflect your conversation with Mr. Colin Gray on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, that tender State Exhibit number 201.1 in evidence.
No objection. All right, 201.1.
We'll go ahead and pull that up. Yeah, it should be 412. There we go. So is that what we're talking about? I noticed that on the left, there are certain, it's like subjects that are underlined.
Yes.
Okay.
Something we have to talk about each time.
Is this kind of like a checklist y'all have of topics you have to talk about?
Yes.
Okay. And you do this every time you do the visit?
I do.
Okay. And so on this one, did you ask about his well-being?
Yes, I did.
And what did he say?
That was him saying his behavior was fine. He doesn't really give trouble. And that he started acting better when his mom left.
Okay. And under education, what did he say about how Colt was doing with school?
He said he was doing good in school and that he has a good relationship with his teachers, with Colt's teachers.
Okay. And at the end of this, did you... Under the very bottom, it says case planning services, drug screens. Did you offer any services for Colt?
I did. I asked if he thinks Colt needs therapy to address the issues going on in the home with his mom, and he stated no.
Okay.
But we'll keep an open mind.
Okay. Is that on the second page?
Well, it's on the first page. Well, the end of the first one and the top of the second one.
Did he make any mention to you of any bullying Colt was getting at school?
No, not at this time.
Okay. So then I want to when was your next contact?
March 5th, 2023.
Okay.
I'm sorry, maybe I've got dates wrong. I had first visit March 9th, second visit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
April 12th, she said March.
May. I'm sorry.
So your next one is May 5th, 2023?
Yes.
Shows 201.2. And is that a copy of your contact log from
Yes.
that day?
Mm-hmm.
And does it accurately reflect your conversation with Colin Gray on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I tender State Exhibit number 201.2 in evidence.
No objection.
All right, 201.2 is admitted.
And again, this contact, This contact, was it face-to-face?
Yes.
And was it at the residence?
Yes.
Okay. And was it unannounced?
Yes, and it was typically, well, every time it was unannounced because every time I would call, I could never reach him on the phone by text or voicemail, so I just had to show up.
He wouldn't answer phone calls?
No.
Okay. So what happened when you arrived?
I had to ring the doorbell a few times. When he did answer, he was in his towel, his chest was out, and he said that he had to go back and change his clothes, but before he was confused why I kept coming back, and I told him, like I did the first visit, that I had to see them monthly.
Okay. And did you go through that checklist with him also?
I did.
And what did he say about Colt's behavior?
He said that Colt has been behaving good since his mother left and still hasn't caused any trouble, or rarely caused any trouble.
Okay. And what does he say about school at this point?
He's doing great in school, says Colt is enjoying school.
Okay. Does he make any mentions of problems with bullying at school?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Did he tell you that the 2 weeks prior he sent an email to the school on April 17th about bullying?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you talk to him about further services?
Yes, I would ask if he, well, at this time, I told him that the other case manager that was working with Miss Marcy, that they want Colt to do counseling.
And when was your next monthly visit?
June 9th, 2023.
Okay. What's marked as 201.3. So you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
My log of contact for the month of June.
And that's the contact on June 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect the conversation you had with Mr. Colin Gray on that day?
Yes.
Okay. You're on that Interstate Exhibit number 201.3 in the evidence?
No objection.
All right, 201.3.
Okay. Now, this time, do you have a face-to-face with him again?
I do.
And was it announced or unannounced?
Unannounced still.
And why was it unannounced?
I could not reach him over the phone.
Okay. And did you ask about Colt's behavior?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He said Colt's behavior has been okay and that Colt has just been staying to himself.
Did he say anything about if Colt caused trouble or not?
And says he does not cause any trouble.
Okay. Did you ask him about school?
Yes, so at this visit he said that Colt was doing good in school academically, but has had trouble with, well, school was let out, so it was summertime. So he said that Colt was dealing with some bullying towards the end of the school year.
Okay. This is the first time he'd mentioned bullying to you?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything to you about law enforcement coming out to his house 19 days earlier?
No.
Okay. Doesn't mention any of that at all?
No.
Okay. Did you talk to him about Colt needing further counseling?
Yes. I did. And I told him this time, I said, Colt has told me some things about his mom and seems to have anger towards his mom, and I feel that Colt should be in therapy at this point, but he said since Colt hasn't been causing any trouble, he still doesn't feel like it's necessary.
Okay. So he did not think counseling was necessary for Colt?
Correct.
Okay. Then I want to take your attention now to when was your next contact?
After that, I was not able to contact him. I did go to the house 3 times in July.
Okay. Tell me about the first time you went to the house.
I didn't write the dates for that. But the first time I went, couldn't reach him on the phone, so I just went up to the home and no answer, no car in the driveway or anything.
Okay. I'm going to show Smart Stakes number 201.4. Ask you to recognize that.
I do.
And what is that?
My log of contacts for the month of July, but we still have to write in our narrative.
So either there's not a contact?
Yeah.
Okay. And does it actually reflect what you did during the month of July trying to contact Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, tender stakes exhibit number 201.4 in evidence.
No objection.
All right, 201 for submitted.
So this is July 6th. What happened?
I went to their home unannounced, rang the doorbell and waited, and nobody answered.
Okay. And when did you go back?
On the 19th.
And what happened on the 19th?
I went to the home unannounced, rang the doorbell, waited. No one answered. This time I went up to the front door that has windows on the sides, and I peeked through, and there was no furniture, but just a ladder.
Okay. And when did you go back?
And then I went back on the 21st. Same thing, I peeked through. No furniture. And I left my contact information because I didn't know what was going on at that point, just in case he needed my number again or something.
Okay. Did he ever contact you? Ever?
Never.
Okay. At some point, did you find out that where they had moved to?
I did.
And where did they move to?
Barrow County.
Okay. And which county do you cover?
Jackson County.
Okay. Did you have any further contact with Colin or Colt?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Anderson.
Hi.
All right, I have a few questions. I know this is from a ways ago, so if you need to look at some of these logs, just let me know, okay? All right, so you met with Mr. Gray on April 12th of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you go through this kind of a protocol you have where you make sure that you cover all the different topics you're supposed to. Mm-hmm. Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So when you got to the part where you asked about case planning services, things like that, you referred to talking about counseling and therapy. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and I just have to say yes or no for the court.
I'm sorry, yes.
You're fine. Okay. And these are suggestions that you make based on information that you have received from other sources, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not your opinion from associating with these folks that you think they need counseling?
Well, that too.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So you had received word from someone, and I don't want you to tell me what they said because that would be hearsay, but you had received some word from someone in South Georgia or in another county that there may be some anger issues with Colt and his mom.
Yes.
Okay. And had you ever met his mother?
I have not.
Did you ever spend any time with her?
No.
Ever interviewed her?
No.
Okay. Now, it looks like you met with Mr. Gray again on May the 5th?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay, and if we look at that, there is a section where it says private F/F. Can you tell the jury just what the F/F stands for?
Face to face.
All right, so that means that would have been done outside the presence of his dad. Mm-hmm. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So, you spoke to Colt Gray in this private meeting about the need for services, correct?
Yes.
And you let Colt know that his mother's case manager was recommending some kind of therapy for him. Or counseling.
I don't think I let Colt know that. I'm not sure.
Sure. Do you have page 57 in front of you? Or
yes.
Nearby? Mm-hmm. Do you see on page 57 where it says services/other, a little past halfway through?
For May 5th?
See if that refreshes your memory at all. Under the section for private F/F with Colt Gray.
Okay.
Does that help refresh your memory at all?
It does.
So did you have a conversation with Colt about counseling and therapy in that private meeting?
Okay, you're talking about page 57/84?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that is blank.
I'm sorry?
This one?
Give me 1 second.
Here. No, Your Honor, what it is the part we put into evidence is her conversations with Colin, because the conversations with Colt would have been hearsay. I do have a copy that has that, but can't put the evidence because it would be hearsay. So if he wants to refresh her memory, he can use this copy.
This one. Well, I apologize.
I'm like, did I not
thought
write
you had
it?
something totally different than you did.
Okay.
All right. Just go ahead and look at that, and I'm going to ask you some questions about what you said, not about what Colt said.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. So you had that conversation with Colt, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And again, that was in the private meeting with him, not with his dad present?
Yes.
And then you went back out, it looks like, on June the 9th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at that time, you had another meeting with both Colin Gray, the father, and Colt, the son. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Once again, you brought up the anger issues with the mother with Colin Gray, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge at that time, and every time you visit them, it sounds like, Mom was not living with them.
No.
Mom was not there.
No.
Okay. All right. Let me grab that back so I can give that to the DA.
Okay.
And he may have some other questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you want these papers?
You speak there, I'll come to them.
Okay.
All right, we're going to continue on for a little while. It's only 3:30 here, so I'm going to listen to some more testimony. And just going to fast forward through here. All right, this is the next caseworker. This is Tamika Mitchum. So these are all these caseworkers that basically are testifying about Colin and how he was moving around and telling the caseworkers everything's fine.
I told Brooks or one of the other bailiffs, we had to just raise your hand. There's nothing wrong with that. We'll take a break. All right, you can call your next witness.
State calls Tamika Mitchum to the stand. Could you raise your right hand, please? So what testimony you give, matter now opinion before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat, please. If you could introduce yourself for the jury and then spell it for the court reporter.
Sure. My name is Tamika Mitchum. It's spelled TAMEKAMITCHEM.
Excellent. And what do you do, Ms. Mitchum?
I work for the Department of Family and Children Services as a supervisor for foster care.
Okay. I want to take your attention back to 2023. Where were you working then?
I worked in Ben Hill and Irving County DFAC's office as a case manager.
Okay, so back then you were a case manager?
Correct.
What does a case manager do in general terms?
They would go out and see families in the home, work a case plan. In the program that I was in, which was family preservation, I helped families to prevent foster care, work with kids that are still in the home.
Okay. I want to take your attention back. Were you working in 2023 a case involving Colt Gray?
I was.
Okay. And was that case number 185316001?
Yes.
Okay. What was the background of that case?
But I got the case, it was started in Jackson County and they got transferred to Ben Hill County when the mom and the 2 younger children were moved back to Ben Hill County.
Okay. And so your job was to do what?
To work with mom, to help her work her case plan. The perpetrator was the mom, so we were focused more on mom and helping her work her case plan through therapy, making sure the kids are taken care of, and things like that.
Okay. And what 2 kids were down there in Ben Hill County?
Jenny and Coley.
Okay. And what child was still up in Jackson County?
Colt.
Okay. And who was watching Colt?
I'm his father.
Who DFACS-wise was watching Colt?
Jackson DFACS.
Okay. So was it a different caseworker?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Michaela Anderson?
I didn't know her, but we had conversation over email and things like that. So yes.
Okay. And she was the one following Colt?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your job with DFACS, do you keep a log of all the contacts you have with people?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it made at the time of the contact?
Yes.
And is it kept in the ordinary course of your business with DFACS?
Correct.
And is it used to refresh your memory years later?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, did Colt also come down to Ben Hill?
He did.
You remember about when that was?
It was during the summer.
During the summer?
Yes.
Okay. I want to take your attention to specifically September 29th of 2023. Did you meet with Marcy on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your contact log with you?
I do not.
Okay. I'm going to show you this. Is that a copy of your log?
It is.
Okay. So on the 29th, where did you meet with Marcy?
At the DFACS office.
Okay. And what was the purpose of meeting with her?
To talk about her case closing. We were wrapping up the case and have her to continue with therapy for the children.
Had therapy been scheduled for Colt?
She said yes, and it was at the Healing Connection, I want to say in Tifton, I believe.
Okay. And when was it scheduled for?
For the next Thursday.
The next Thursday, okay. Mm-hmm. And when was the next time you met with Marcy?
That will be in October.
Okay, and what date?
That'll be the 5th.
All right. And where was this meeting at?
This was at Marcy's residence.
Okay. And was Colt still living at Marcy's residence on October 5th?
No.
Where was he?
He had moved back with his father.
Okay. And was that before the Thursday he was supposed to have therapy?
I'm not quite sure because I don't have a calendar, and so I'm not sure.
Okay. So, take your attention to October 13th of 2023.
Okay.
Did you have a phone call with Colin Gray?
I did.
Is that reflected in your contact narrative log? Would it be in your
Yes, it would be.
I'm going to show you State Exhibit 202.1 and ask you to recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a contact narrative log of my conversation I had with Mr. Colin Gray.
On what day?
I'm sorry, October 13th.
Okay. And does that accurately reflect your conversation with Mr. Gray that day?
Yes.
All right. This time I attended to take exhibit number 202.1 into evidence.
No objection. All right, 202.1.
So this conversation you had with, post it up, was this face-to-face, phone call, email, text message? What was it?
A phone call.
Phone call. And what was the purpose of this phone call?
We wanted him to come and pick up Jenny and Coley from their mom's house.
And why was that?
Because mom at the time, she had tested positive and we had just got her drug screening back and it was unsafe for the kid to continue to stay in her care.
Okay. Just a week before you were talking to her about closing her case.
Correct.
Okay. And did she test positive?
Yes, we did a last drug screen just to make sure that she was still clean. And then when we got the results back, that's when it came back positive.
Okay. And so did y'all decide at that point to remove the children from her?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Colin Gray agree to come down and get the kids?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And so the next day would have been the 14th?
Correct.
Okay. And I assume you had contact with him again on that day?
Yes, sir.
Yes. It shows marks 202.2. Actually, if you can recognize that.
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
This is my contact with the family the next day on October the 14th.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect your conversations with Colin Gray and around Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. This time I tender to exhibit number 202.2 in evidence.
No objection. All right, 202.2.
Okay. So what's happening on this day?
This day, Mr. Gray and Colt had came down and we had met at Marcy's parents' house, Miss Gray's parents' house, where Marcy and the two younger children were at.
Were the parents there? Marcy's parents, were they present?
Not that I saw, so no.
Okay.
I didn't see them if they were.
So it's just Marcy, Colin, and the three kids?
Correct.
Okay. And what was going on this day?
On that day, we told Marcy about her drug screen and how we are going to have Mr. Gray take the kids with him back to his home.
Okay. Was there what's called a safety plan put in place?
There was.
And what's a safety plan?
A safety plan is where a piece of paper that is written up to minimize a safety risk. And so with that, they agree that the children will go back with Mr. Gray, and mom will be supervised around the children. And then Mr. Gray will determine what kind of supervision that she will have if there was any.
Okay, so she can't have contact on her own?
Correct.
It'd have to be through Mr. Gray?
Correct.
And he decides?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have a specific private... first of all, how did Marcy take this?
She was upset about it.
Okay. Did you have a private conversation with Colin?
I did.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that conversation?
Well, per DFAC's policy, all children, when we interview them, will have to be in private. And since this is my first time seeing him since he left, I would have to have a conversation with him in private to see how things were going with his dad.
No, not Colt, Colin.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I might not have been clear.
To talk to him if he had any questions, any concerns, anything that I can answer, and to talk to him about moving forward with the kids in his home.
Okay. Did you talk to him at all about the kids and their schooling?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
To get the kids in school and, let's see. I knew that Colt and Jenny wanted to go homeschooling, but just to make sure that they get the education and get in school as soon as possible, as soon as they get up there.
Okay. And did you talk to him about any sort of therapy or counseling for the children?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
That the kids need to go to therapy, and that as soon as he can, and that he has said that it would be good for them to go to therapy.
Okay. Did he say to you whether or not he would put the kids in therapy?
I'm sorry?
Did he say whether or not he would agree to that, putting kids in therapy?
Yes.
What did he say?
That the whole family will be going to therapy.
Okay. So that was on the 14th?
Correct.
Okay. Did you follow up with a phone call on October 18th?
Yes.
Mr. Gray. And now at this point, you're back up here in Bear County?
Yes.
The sheriff's marked state exhibit number 202.3. And actually, if you can recognize that.
I do.
And what is that?
This is October 18th, the write-up on the phone call I had with Mr. Gray.
Okay. And does it accurately? Not yet. I haven't got the evidence. Does it accurately reflect your phone call that you had with Mr. Gray on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I've tendered this into evidence.
No objection.
All right, 202.3 is admitted.
Now. All right. So, in this conversation, do y'all talk about schooling for the children?
Yes.
And where are the kids doing for schooling?
Coley had gotten into Austin Road Elementary, and even though Jenny and Colt wanted to do homeschooling, but the school district didn't have the space for them, so they were going to attend school physically.
Okay. Did you ask anything about getting the kids in therapy?
Yes.
And what did Colin say about that?
He said, well, I encouraged him to get the kids in therapy, and that he said that he looked into different therapists already.
Okay. And did he agree that he and the kids would both be going to therapy?
Yes.
Okay. On the next day, October 19th, what did you do? What I'm specifically referring to, did Barrow County DFACS assist you in any way?
Yes.
Okay. And what was their assistance?
We asked them to go and to assess the home, to check on the kids, to talk to the kids about school, about therapy, and then we'll close our case afterwards.
Okay. And did you ask them to do this on the 19th, the day after that phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And did someone from Barrow County DFACS go out to the home and talk with Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. Did that person write a report?
They did.
Okay. And was that report sent to you?
Yes.
When did you receive that report?
On the 30th.
Okay. And when DFACS does a home check like that, a safety, what would you call it, a safety assessment?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there like a checklist they're going down of topics they're supposed to be covering, looking for?
They are. Normally it's a walkthrough of the home, make sure there is no safety issues, things are put up, make sure that all the kids have beds, there's food in the home, things like that. There's no wiring, exposed wires, infestation, stuff like that in the home.
Do they also talk about education for the kids and counseling and therapy and other services for the kids?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about weapons. Do you ask about that sort of thing, weapons in the home?
We do.
Okay. And was that done in the safety plan that you got back from the person from Barrow County?
Yes.
And were all of those issues addressed?
Yes.
Okay. And based on that safety plan that you got back, what did you do with the case?
We closed the case.
Okay. And when did you close the case?
I'm going to say October 30th or 31st was the last day. I sent it to my supervisor to close when he shift.
Okay. And was it closed based on the information you received in that home assessment?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
That's all. Thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchum.
Good afternoon.
I've got a few questions. I know this is all quite a while in the past, so if you need to refresh your memory or look at anything, let me know and I'll see what I can do to help you with that, okay? All right. So, when did you first become involved in this case personally?
January of 2023.
And so your total exposure was almost, it sounds like almost a year, 10 months?
Correct.
Okay. And you were down in Ben Hill County?
Correct.
So the majority of your contact was with Marcy Gray?
Correct.
And I think you said that the case was against Marcy Gray?
Correct.
Now, to fast forward to October of 2023, you said that you had to call Mr. Colin Gray to come down to pick up the kids.
That's correct.
And that was due to a positive drug screen on Miss Marcy Gray.
Correct.
So at that point, you were taking the kids from her because it was no longer safe and giving them to the father.
Correct.
And the understanding he was going to take all of the kids, well, I guess at that point, Colt had already gone back to live with him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So he was coming down to get the 2 younger kids.
That's correct.
And then all 3 kids would be living with him up in Barrow County.
Correct.
All right. And you said that at some point in October, you met with Marcy Gray and informed her that the kids would be staying with Dad.
Correct.
And she was not happy about that.
No.
And she made that known to you?
Yes.
Okay. However, based on the circumstances, you felt that that was in the best interest of the children.
That's correct.
And then you put a safety plan in place that basically allowed Mr. Gray to determine whether or not the kids would be allowed to see Marcy Gray.
Correct.
Whether it's supervised or unsupervised, that obligation would fall on him?
Correct.
Okay. Did you inform her that if she was unhappy with the access she had to the kids through Mr. Gray, that she would have to work that out with Mr. Gray?
Correct.
That wasn't going to be your job?
Correct.
Okay. Did she seem upset about that?
Yes.
I imagine she was. All right. And to go back to the meeting in September of 2023, I believe you indicated that, so September 29th, 2023, at that point, Colt Gray was in Ben Hill County with his mom?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you ask about schooling at that time? To see if the kids were in school?
Yes.
And I assume the answer you got was from Marcy?
Yes.
Okay. Did it indicate if there was any homeschooling?
Yes.
Was that for all the kids or just some of the kids?
Just Colt.
Just Colt. Okay. You also testified that there was some therapy scheduled for shortly after September 29th, 2023.
Correct.
And that information came from Marcy?
Yes.
Was that something that you had scheduled for them?
No, Marcy was looking at her own therapy.
Okay.
For her and the children.
Okay, gotcha. And when you recommended therapy for the kids, Coley Jr. and Jenny had been staying with their mom.
Correct.
And mom had tested positive.
Yes.
For a controlled substance.
Yes.
And were you concerned that they might need therapy for what it was they were seeing while living with mom?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, we have I'm just showing you calendars from back 2023 September. I think you had testified that you met with Marcy on the 29th, and she said that Colt was getting therapy the next Thursday. And then what would be the next Thursday?
The 5th.
October 5th?
Yes.
Okay, and was that the day you went out there and Colt wasn't there anymore?
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're ready to go.
Kareem Pierre Charles.
So we're just going to finish up the day with 3 more witnesses. They're pretty quick. It's about maybe another half hour or so, I think. So these are all like caseworkers, DFACs. There's an executive director for Barrow Ministry, and then the mental health counselor that Colt went on a website. So we'll be wrapping up probably about I think about a half hour from now. I'll double check.
Can you raise your right hand, please? For the testimony you give matter now pending before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Hello, I'm Corinne Pierre-Charles.
Okay. And now if you could please spell your name for the court reporter.
KARINEPIERRE-CHARLES.
And what do you do, Ms. Pierre-Charles?
I am a CPS investigator.
Okay. And what is a CPS investigator?
Child Protective Services investigator with Bell County defects.
Is that the same? Child defects is
Yes.
CPS defects?
Yes.
Are they kind of interchangeable? Did y'all change names? Or?
No, we just CPS investigators, case managers.
Oh, okay. So that's the title of your thing. Okay.
Yes.
But you work for defects?
Yes.
Okay. I was confused. Sometimes agencies change their names and don't tell anybody. So were you working in that capacity back in October of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get asked to do an agency assist for the Ben Hill County defects?
Yes.
And what is an agency assist?
A courtesy visit where a county will ask to do a home visit and ask questions and then report back to the county that requested the home visit.
Okay. And did you do a home assessment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that a routine thing for you to have done for your job duties back then?
Yes.
Okay. And is it something where you're generally doing a list of things for every single one and then you add a few things if it's something specific?
Yes.
Okay. So there are certain categories you're always looking for?
Depending on the case, but we do ask questions.
And what general categories of things are you looking for?
Who lives in a home, find out if there's anything in the home, like any safety concerns in a home. We ask questions about the children, like school, if they're on medication, safety assessments.
Okay. And what was the residence that you were asked to do this for?
The residence was at on Harrison Mill.
Ma'am?
You said the residence?
The residence. Do you remember the address?
Harrison Mill. I think it was 895 or 894 Harrison Mill.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you write up a report?
I did.
Okay. Is that normal part of your duties as defects to write up a report?
Yes, we have to do that.
And did you write up that report contemporaneously to when the things are happening?
Yes.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect the things that have happened?
Yes.
Okay. And is that so that you can refresh your knowledge and learn about it for later, testifying a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you Smart State Exhibit number 139 and ask you to identify that.
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That is a documentation on the home visit.
Okay. And is that what you typed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, some of that's been blacked out. So has it been redacted that way?
Yes, it depends on if, I guess, with court.
No, we redacted it. I just wanted you to point that out. I'm not telling you. They need to. Can you tell in there what is redacted out?
A conversation with children.
Okay. Is what's left in there your conversation, what you saw in your conversation with Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. Other than blacking out your conversations with the children, is it a true and accurate copy of your assessment?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I tender State Exhibit number 139 to evidence. This is a redacted version.
No objection. All right, 139.
Okay. So, with your conversation, can we what's that? Sure. So, what date was this?
On the 30th.
Okay, of 2023?
Of 2023.
Okay, and that shows the address there, 894 Harrison Mill Road?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in Barrow County?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next section. So this is your conversation with Colin Gray.
Yes.
Okay. And what did he tell you about counseling services that he was going to get for children?
He stated that he was arranging counseling services for the children and for himself.
Did he say he was arranging or arranged?
Arranged.
Okay, so it already happened.
Yes.
Okay. And where did he say that those counseling services were at?
Barrow Village Ministry.
Are you familiar with that place?
Yes.
Okay, so you know that's a real place that exists?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also talk about the education for the children?
Yes, he did.
And what did he say about that?
He stated that the children has started at Austin Elementary, and the other 2 children will be transferred to a middle school.
In which middle school is that?
Heyman Morris Middle School.
Is that middle school in Barrow County?
Yes.
Okay. Going down to the next paragraph, did you discuss a safety plan with the children?
He stated that he was given a safety plan.
Okay. And who has supervision over those children according to the safety plan?
He stated that the safety plan stated that he was able to let the children see mom with or without supervision.
Okay. Did you ask him about weapons in the home?
I did.
Okay. And is that something that is important for your safety assessment?
We will usually, that's a question that we would ask.
Okay. And what did he say about weapons in the home?
He stated that he has a weapon and that it was secured and locked up.
Okay. And, yeah, sorry. In the third paragraph, did he talk about DFAC's involvement with his case?
He did.
What did he say on that last
He said that he had never been involved with DFACs.
Okay. Did he say anything about Shonda Goolsby talking to him in his carport in Fitzgerald, a DFACS worker?
No.
Okay. Did he make any mention of Michaela Anderson, also a DFACS worker, coming to his house 4 times earlier that same year?
No.
Okay. So he tells you this is his first dealing with DFACS ever?
Yes.
Okay. So you wrote up this synopsis. Did you send that to Tamika Mitchum?
I did.
Okay. And did you have any further involvement with this case?
No.
Okay.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. So on October 30th, 2023, you are dispatched to this address to do a safety check.
Yes.
And the safety check, you go into the home. You speak to everybody, is that correct?
Yes.
You do a walkthrough of the home, presumably?
Yes.
So you're able to observe the condition of the home?
Yes.
I assume you're looking to make sure there's food in the home?
Yes.
The house is clean?
Yes.
Things are put up?
Yes.
You asked Mr. Gray about guns?
I asked about weapons.
About weapons?
Yes.
Okay. He told you he had some?
He said he had weapons, yes.
Okay. And did he show you the weapons?
He did not.
Did you see the weapons in the house anywhere?
No, there were no weapons.
Okay. And you were told the weapons were stored away?
Yes.
That they were out of the reach of the kids?
Yes.
And locked away?
Yes.
Okay. And the conclusion of your assessment was that the home was safe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that there were no observable hazards or concerns that you were able to see?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Can you rewrite?
No, you're actually confused.
Thank you, man. You're pretty good.
Thank you.
Take the calls next week.
State call Scott Dagan.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and go ahead and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Scott Dakin, Dakin.
Okay. And what do you do currently?
Currently, I am the executive director of the Ministry Village here in Winder, which is a Christian counseling nonprofit and a resiliency center.
Okay. So prior to working for Bear Ministry Village, what did you do?
I spent almost 30 years in fire and EMS here in Barrow County.
Okay. We've had some teachers testify about training regarding like Stop the Bleed, that kind of thing at school. Were you involved in that?
Yes, ma'am. In the summer of 2017, I met with the school administration about the Stop the Bleed program to try to get help set up. In 2017, we actually taught every staff member of Barrow County Schools and have continued to teach staff members since then. We also started implementing it in the high schools as well, teaching students, some of the students.
And when did you retire from fire EMS?
January 6th of 2024.
And when did you take over as executive director of the Barrow Ministry Village?
Towards the end of February of that year.
Okay. So February of 2024, you took over. What do you do as executive director of Barrow Ministry Village?
I'm responsible for the overall management of the organization.
And you indicated that it's counseling services. Can you just tell us a little bit about who you offer counseling to?
So we have numerous programs and numerous counselors. We offer a lot to victims of crime. We do a lot of teenage anxiety and depression. We offer it depending on how we have sliding scale fees and everything else to help as much as we can. We want to make it accessible to everybody.
So that would include adults, teenagers, and children?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As part of your duties as executive director of Barrow Ministry Village, do you have access to their records?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do y'all keep records for each individual person that y'all treat or that has been referred for treatment or has filled out a referral to get treatment?
Yes, ma'am. We are required to keep, especially if they come in as clients, we are required to keep their information for many years.
Okay. And as far as someone who wants to get treatment through Barrow Ministry Village, how do they go about contacting y'all?
So whether they call or what, we prefer people to go online. There's a referral form, and even if they call, we have them fill out that referral form. That referral form goes into our system at that point.
Okay. And then does that create a record of a patient or potential patient for y'all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how far do those records of yours go back for referral forms and also for patients?
So at different times, but both of them date back to about 2019.
Okay. So if someone had been a patient at Barrow Ministry Village in 2023, specifically sometime after October of 2023, would you have a record of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review your records in preparation for testifying today?
Yes, I did.
And did you specifically look to see whether or not Colin Gray, Colt Gray, Jenny Gray, and Colin Gray had ever been a patient at Barrow Ministry Village?
Yes, I did.
And did any of those individuals ever receive treatment at Barrow Ministry Village?
There is no mention of any of them individuals in any of our systems.
So would that include also them never having filled out a referral form for Barrow Ministry Village?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is there any records that suggest anyone on that list ever contacted Barrow Ministry Village for any reason?
No, ma'am. The way we search, it should have showed up if any of them even just filled out a referral form.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Carlos?
Just a couple of questions, and I'll do it from here. Not wasting any time. Your records would not reflect if somebody called in and got asked questions. It would only be when somebody filled out a form. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
May you be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. State calls next, please.
State calls Dawn Brooke.
remember her testimony as being pretty good in the sense that she had a website. This is Dawn Crook. Funny name, right, for a mental health therapist. And she has this website called Enlightened Counseling, and Colt messages her via this website, and he sets this whole thing up, but then he just never follows through. So again, here's another instance of Colin should have been following through, and he just doesn't.
Hi, can you please raise your right hand? Yes. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes. My name is Dawn Crook. My first name is spelled D-A-W-N. The last name is C-R-O-O-K.
And what do you do, Ms. Crook?
I'm a therapist in the mental health field.
And can you tell us a little bit about your qualifications that allow you to do that?
Yes, I graduated from RBC University Atlanta in 2006 with my bachelor's degree in psychology, and I also have graduated with my master's degree in 2009 in community counseling from RBC University Atlanta as well.
And do you have your own practice?
Yes, I do.
And what is it called?
Enlightenment Counseling.
How long have you had your own practice?
It's been a little over 2 years now.
And can you tell me a little bit about who you see and what you do at your practice?
Yes, I tend to work with children, families, couples, providing counseling to them for a variety of issues: depression, anxiety, anger, a little bit of everything, really.
And where are you located?
My office is in Winder, Georgia.
Okay. How would someone find you if they wanted to get counseling in the Bexar County area?
So I have a website for my practice, and then I have a Psychology Today profile as well.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 140.1 and 140.2.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those as?
That is my business website and the means in which to reach out for services.
Okay, Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 140.1 and 140.2.
I don't have any problem with that. I don't know that they should go back to the jury advertisement, so we can talk about that later.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're going to go ahead and pull up 140.1. And you indicated this was your website?
That is correct.
And you don't have to read it specifically, but just kind of tell us exactly what this purpose of this part of your website is.
It's just letting people know that my experience in the field and what kind of therapy modalities I use, certification, the population that I work with, and also my degrees as well.
And does that include teenagers, your population?
That is correct.
Then I'll pull up 140.2. All right, and tell us what this is.
That is the form to fill out in order to reach out for services through my website as well.
And how are you notified if someone fills out that form?
I get an email in regards to those messages, and I can either access it through my email or the Wix site that hosts my email account, or hosts my business website, rather.
Okay. And if someone contacts you through this form and that you get an email, how do you respond?
I typically respond by acknowledging their email and letting them know I'll reach out, or sometimes people would just fill out the information and what kind of services they're looking for, and they may not necessarily provide me with a phone number, so sometimes I will respond asking them for a phone number to reach out and talk with them by phone.
And before you meet with someone, do you generally want to talk with them by phone?
Correct, I do.
And why is that?
Just to make sure that we're a good fit in what type of services they're looking for, that I have experience working with that population, to make sure that our schedules align as well, because Sometimes with children, teenagers, families, they have busy lives and busy schedules, and they need evening appointments, and I may not always have those available. So,
okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 141.1, 141.2, and 141.3. Will you look through those and tell me if you recognize them?
Did you say 141.1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
yes, I do recognize these.
And what do you recognize those as?
Those were emails sent to my private practice regarding services for Colt.
Okay. And are they, I guess, a fair and accurate copy of those emails that you provided to the state?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 141.1 through 141.3.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I think they are continuing testimony, so I'll object to them going out.
And no objections or admissibility?
No objections to questioning this witness about them.
All right, very good.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're going to go ahead and pull up 141.1. All right, so I want to kind of just, before we read what the emails are, that first message up there, is that from the initial contact submission?
That is correct.
Okay. And so how do you know who it's from?
I can see his father's name at the beginning of the message.
Okay. Is this how it shows up? You indicated on the Wix website. Is that correct? Is this how it shows up when you are reviewing referrals?
Yes.
Okay. So what did the defendant write to you initially when he filled out the contact form?
It says, I'm a working dad of 3. Colt is my oldest 14-year-old. We've had a very volatile, difficult past couple of years, and he needs help. Anger, anxiety, quick to be volatile. I don't know what to do. I have United Healthcare. Can you help? Thanks.
And do you accept United Healthcare insurance?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Also at the bottom, it says message via email, and it provides an email address. Can you tell us that email address?
That is my practice you're talking about the email address in which it was sent from?
Yes.
cgray@kpgc.net.
And so that is how Colin Gray was able to get in touch with you through that email address?
Correct.
And did you then respond to the defendant after that contact?
Yes, I did.
And what did you say?
I said, hi, Coley, thank you so much for reaching out. Would you mind sending me your number and I can give you a call to discuss services and see if I would be a good fit for Colt. I've definitely worked with teenagers before that have gone through the things that he's experiencing. If this sounds good, I can go ahead and send up paperwork and get services started for him.
Okay. And you indicated sometimes people don't initially send you a phone number. Was that true in this case?
Correct, it was.
Okay. And then we'll go to 141.2. Okay, and did he respond to your initial email about, hey, send me a number?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He said, oh, wow, thank you so much. Yes, please send me the paperwork. I build commercial buildings for a living, so it's loud on these job sites, but my number is 706-410-8447. If I miss it, please leave a message and I will call ASAP. I can't thank you enough and pray this is what he needs.
And did you respond to that email where he gave you his phone number?
I did not, but I did call him.
Okay. And did you make that call at approximately 4:30 on August 16th?
I don't remember the exact time, but that I'm guessing is accurate.
Okay. And that would have been, you would have called the same day that he contacted you, correct?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, we have State's Exhibit 150, which is a voicemail that Ms. Crook left for the defendant. Have you had an opportunity to review that voicemail?
Yes.
And when you indicated that you called him, did he answer the phone?
No, he did not.
And you left him a voicemail?
I did.
Was that voicemail a fair and accurate recording of the voicemail that you left for the defendant on August 16th?
That is correct.
We'd like to introduce it in evidence, Your Honor.
All right, and you say that's August 16th?
Yes.
All right, any objection to 150?
No, Your Honor.
150's admitted.
Thank you. And that would have been August 16th of 2024, just for the record. All right, so at this time, we're going to play that voicemail.
Hey, Mr. Gray, this is Dawn with Enlightenment Counseling. I was just giving you a call to touch base about services for Colt. You can give me a call when you get back. My number is 389-0448. If for some reason you don't get to touch base today, maybe we can talk on Monday if that works better. I do appreciate it and look forward to talking to you soon. Thank you so much.
Did he ever call you back after you left that voicemail?
No, he did not.
Did he respond by email after you left that voicemail?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And did you, again, follow up with another phone call to him?
I did.
Okay. And was that phone call on August 21st?
That is correct.
Okay. And again, I think the call, does it sound around 4:30 sound about right?
That is probably accurate.
When you called him again, I guess 5 days later on August 21st, did he answer that day?
No, he did not.
Did you leave him another voicemail?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review that voicemail as well?
Yes, I have.
And was it a fair and accurate recording of the voicemail that you left for Colin Gray on August 21st of 2024?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 151, which is a second email that Don Crook left for the defendant on August 21st of 2024.
Voicemail?
Sorry, voicemail. Did I say email? I apologize. Voicemail.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 151's admitted.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was 143. I apologize.
All right. Stage 143.
Hey, Mr. Gray, this is Dawn Crick with Enlightenment Counseling. You left a message last week in regards to services for Colt, and I was just trying to give you a call and touch base with you real quick. You want to call me back at 786-389-0448. I look forward to talking to you soon. Thank you.
And did the defendant ever return that phone call?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you also send him another email after that voicemail?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and we're going to go back to State Exhibit 141 and pull up 141.3. Okay. Is this the email that you sent after that voicemail?
Yes, it is.
And what is the date and time of that email?
It's dated August 21st at 6:10 p.m.
Okay. And is this generally when you follow up with people kind of after work hours?
Yes, that is correct.
And what did you send to the defendant on August 21st?
The email said, "Hi, Mr. Gray. I hope you're doing well. I wanted to follow up and let you know that I tried to call you to touch base on Friday and left a message for you today as well. If you would please call me back when you have a moment to discuss details and get services started for Colt."
Okay. And did you leave your phone number again?
Yes, I did.
Did he ever respond to that email with an email or a phone call?
No, he did not.
Did he ever come by your office?
No, he did not.
At any point, did you ever see Colt for any sort of counseling services?
No, I did not.
Cross.
No question, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
All right, that pretty much wraps up what I have for you guys today. That's going to be all for us for today, and we will will be live tomorrow for his sentencing, for Colin's sentencing. But for now, we are going to call today and try and figure out. So here's the update with the. Let me just. Here's the update with the AC. This is what it's like. That's the temperature right now in the office. The office doesn't get heat or AC because it was built. It was like an addition, so it's pretty much what it is. Outside right now. Outside, it's it's 91. So it's the same inside as it is outside. And then conversely, in the wintertime, it gets pretty chilly in here. That's why we have the fireplace. So we're looking around for, okay, here's the deal. Motor was broken. It's going to take at least, they're ordering it today. He thinks they put a rush on it. They're not sure. He says it may take a couple days. If it comes in after Friday, they don't work on the weekends, which is really weird. I can't believe an AC company doesn't work on the weekends, but that's what he said. So we're hoping, fingers crossed, it gets to them Thursday night so they can get out here Friday to fix it. So broken motor. He thinks it was probably from that power surge. It's under warranty, so we don't have to pay for the motor itself, but we have to pay for the shipping. We have to pay for them to install it. Anyway, it's not a tremendous amount, but it's not a light fix either. It's a fair amount of money. That's not neither here nor there. So please don't think of this as anything other than I'm just letting you guys know. So we're looking around right now at Home Depot and even Amazon, just seeing if we can find some kind of unit. And quite honestly, I know some of you guys have ordered or have asked to help us out with that, and I really do appreciate that. But we're the ones that we're looking at, they're like people are like 77 or 7. Something like 70 reviews are like, this is a piece of crap, don't order it, and they're like $200. They're not that expensive, but $150. But they look like they're not worth it. So anyway, we don't want to make a rash decision. Yes, it's going to be uncomfortable here, maybe for another day or two, but we also don't want to spend. Or anyway, we'll figure it out. Here's the irony of it all. My brother came to visit over winter. I think it was March. Yeah, February or March. And we had 3 units in the bedrooms upstairs, and we removed them all. So they were, we have these heavy windows upstairs, right? So we had to pull these windows down from we have a little attic area, crawl space above the laundry. So we pulled those down. These things were heavy. These things were like 100 pounds, right? So I'm up on this ladder. I'm like, trying to deal with this. And then, my brother and his wife and Aaron were all kind of helping. So these units that we have that we uninstalled or we took out, I don't think I can just go grab those from the barn. We have them in the barn. I don't think I can just go grab those and stick them in the window. I'm going to go check. I know Aaron's thinking probably won't work, and it probably won't, but I think it's at least worth. I'm going to go measure and see maybe if we can kind of sort it out where I can just open up the window and maybe jam it in there. And again, we have to make sure the cats don't escape. So again, that's the cruel irony of this entire story, is that we literally had in March, April, May, June, July, like 4 or 5 months ago, we uninstalled these AC units in our windows upstairs in the bedroom, and be like, oh, at least we could sleep up there and have the cats, all hang out there. But is what it is. So. With all that being said, thank you guys for being with us. We'll be okay. Don't worry. We'll be fine. We've gone through this before. When we were down south, our AC was terrible when we were renting, and our landlord dragged his feet. And one time we went like 2 or 3 days, 95-degree weather, or 90-degree weather, and it is what it is. So. Really appreciate you guys spending your day with us. Tomorrow we will pick back up on Colin Gray, his sentencing. We will be live tomorrow, and I'm anticipating it starting around 9. So as soon as it comes out, we'll post it. So with all that, thank you, Debbie. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Debbie. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Again, I'm not asking for any money. I'm not asking for you guys to do anything. I'm just letting you know and telling you what our situation is. So we will sort it out, and I do appreciate that. So, all right. Praying for everyone. Oh, thank you, Vols. Appreciate that. Debbie, I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Portable, you can resell it. Sounds like we need an AC friend. Yeah. All right, we will let you guys go. Thank you again for spending your day with us. Tomorrow, join us for live sentencing. It's going to be 2 days, Thursday and Friday. And thank you to our mods. Thank you to Erin. And Super Ball is still spooked out from when the AC guy was here. She's hiding in the couch or underneath the couch. So, tough times make us tougher. That is true. That is true, William. So, all right, with that, I will let you guys go. Have a wonderful evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Look for us around 8:45 or 9 o'clock. I think that's when we're going to. I think we know we wanted to help. Thank you. I think that's when we'll look for us around 8:45, 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern. Okay, guys, have a great night. Take care. Bye.